agenda item to the constituency, because 43% of women in the least developed countries are involved in agriculture as a means of livelihood. But it also provides food security worldwide and economic activities for many, many people. Thank you.
Yes, and Simona, I was hoping that you could elaborate a bit more in terms of, given the context of women in their relationship to agriculture, what we want to see in this process and what are some of the challenging things that we see being pushed forward.
Yes, thank you very much. So, my name is Simona Lovera. I'm Executive Director of the Global Forest Coalition, which is a worldwide coalition of indigenous peoples organizations and non-governmental organizations working in 53 different countries. I also represent Sober Venture Paraguay. So yeah, agriculture is of course of essence, and it's very much a challenge to make sure, agriculture is building up its resilience in climate change, and we all know that agriculture, but more than anything livestock, like soy and beef production, plays a major role in emissions, climate emissions. So we do want action. However, what we do see is that due to the increasing corporate control over this whole process, but particularly also climate finance, so for example, proposals like blended finance, public-private partnerships like the Climate Smart Agriculture Partnership, and other forms of close collaboration with industry, the whole agenda is more and more shifted towards the commercial interests of these corporations and not towards the interest of the women and men that really need support for their conservation initiatives on the ground. One example, for example, is a new project by the Global Environment Facility, one of the two financial mechanisms on climate change, to promote what you call zero deforestation commodity change. Now, those commodities include soy and beef. Paraguay is a clear example where this is leading to massive impacts, not only on forests, but also on women and men on the ground. We have tremendous problems, especially women in the countryside are very much suffering from agrochemicals, for example, that are used for Roundup Ready soy. And with this project, those problems are not addressed. It just looks at the impact on deforestation, and even then, it just tried to shift around soy production rather than limiting it. And that is typical for these kinds of partnerships, because of course industry, I mean, we know there's a lot of goodwill amongst corporations these days. And definitely they do want to contribute to this promise, to mitigating this promise as well, but they cannot accept limits to their growth. So for example, the beef and soy industry just cannot accept limits to the growth. Yet what we see in Paraguay, it doesn't matter where it's produced, it's just too much that's being produced. So we need limits to growth, we need to limit the demand for meat and dairy, especially in northern countries, because that is where all the soy and beef is going to. The additional problem is that they're now also proposing to finance agriculture through carbon markets. We know that Climate Smart Agriculture Partnership is trying to propose that agenda. However, if we look at the market mechanisms that are currently being discussed in Article 6, under Article 6, there are simply no accurate methodologies available to really monitor the carbon emissions by land use, whether it's agriculture or forest conservation. I mean, the most accurate methodologies there are extremely expensive. That means that smallholders will almost never benefit from this market. It's the big players that are benefiting. So this is a hugely inequitable system, and we are afraid that the proposals that are being made are actually to compromise the accuracy. That means that this will massively undermine the whole integrity of this climate agreement. The already weak agreement that we have, because the Paris Agreement is very weak, will be further undermined. In general, offsets is very bad. An offset is very unreliable. We will have a big action tomorrow actually around this at 3 o'clock in the green tent in Zone E. Because we are at the green, in 4:30 in the green tent in Zone E. Because people have to realize that a tree, especially in times of climate change, is a very vulnerable, sink of emissions. So proposals like large-scale carbon storage cannot be used as offsets. There's also no spare land for these offsets. I mean, Land, all land is people's land. All land also needs to be restored if it is degraded. So this whole, paradigm of, oh, we will have spare land that is degraded where we can use bioenergy plantations, it's just not true. This is the land that farmers in countries like Uganda depend on. So for example, bioenergy and carbon capture and storage proposals are highly problematic. They will lead to huge land grabbing and conflicts. And last but not least, one of the things we are most concerned on is this new proposal to actually offset, through also forest, emissions from the aviation sector. From flights to places like Marrakesh. It's bad enough that we're flying so much, but please don't make it worse by planting trees in advance, because these kinds of sectors will mainly plant very large-scale monoculture tree plantations that are very harmful for the people on the ground. And in general, it's a very unreliable source. There will be massive double counting because this sector is not even part of the Paris Agreement. So we're very much against this proposal of offsetting aviation emissions, and Action Tomorrow will be about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Simona. And that really speaks to some of the most important framings in our demands coming into this COP, because this is supposed to be the COP of action, the COP where we look at what was agreed to in the Paris Agreement and start to come up with the rules and the plans to implement that decision. And there's a lot that isn't accounted for, that isn't assured in terms of access to resources, in terms of human rights, rights of indigenous peoples, women's rights. And so our framing and our demands are really about the ways in which we want to see governments starting to implement these policies and the things that we want them to not do. So I want to move on to Carmen, because within that context, in similar ways, in terms of large-scale projects that are being developed in communities, both in the name of climate mitigation, but also in particular linked to water. We're seeing a nexus between water and women's human rights that I'd like you to elaborate on, Carmen.
Thank you, Bridget. Good morning, everybody. Well, my name is Carmen Capriles. I come from Bolivia. Bolivia is a mega diverse country, but right now we are facing the challenge of the implementation of really big projects in order to tackle many development problems, and also in the name of the right to develop. And one of those projects is two mega dams that they want to build in the tropical area, which is El Bala and El Chepete. Unfortunately, these two dams are going to flood around 900 kilometers of tropical forest. In this tropical forest, we have like nine indigenous nations that are going to be affected. These communities are going to be displaced, and they are going to have to start new lives in cities or in the peri-urban, the belts of the cities, causing lots of poverty. I'm not here to talk on behalf of the women because they have their own voice, but unfortunately it's too low to hear, to make their voices hear at these international levels. But the problems related to that is that they are going to have to carry with the burden of not knowing what the future is going to be, of not knowing where their food is going to come, where they're going to have to look for shelter, and so on. And the other environmental impacts that these mega dams are going to have is that they're going to flood all this territory which is full of trees. This is going to cause high emissions of methane, basically. And this is going to increase, obviously, the greenhouse gases and our carbon budget. It's not going to be enough for what is going to come. I really think we need to rethink about these mega projects, about these mega dams, and the impact that has, not only environmentally but socially, and what are the benefits, because many of these communities, although they have the access to the interconnected system, they cannot afford a monthly fee. So despite the needs that there is for energy, we also need to think about how to engage these communities to more productive fields that can take into account their different livelihoods. so these communities can keep on living as they have been living for hundreds of years in harmony with nature, and giving them the options to develop at their own pace, and not just only start bringing these mega projects that just bring income very fast, but they are going to have a great impact on this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carmen. And I'd like to move to our colleague Kalyani from the All India Women's Conference, because we know that in addition to the implementation of these actions to combat climate change, that climate change is impacting women and men around the world already. So I'd like you to share a bit the adaptation, the impacts that you're seeing, the adaptation efforts that are being made, and what we're demanding really from parties here, not just in relation to adaptation, but also the very real loss and damage that people are experiencing.
Thank you, Bridget. I'm Kalyani Raj from All India. Dearth of potable drinking water, which is directly affecting again the women's life, because they are responsible for getting water and survival needs for their family. All of you must have heard about the farmers' suicide cases in Maharashtra, and this is happening again because of the climate change variation and unseasonal rains, and they are losing out their crops, and that's why the high rate of suicide and migration. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that all this climate change variation are impacting women very badly. Climate change is already here. It's been impacting us, I think, almost for a decade. And now we need to really come up with very urgent, just, transformative and local gender responsive adaptation policies and implementation plans. I'm glad that gender has been mentioned in the Paris Agreement under adaptation, and 27 countries have included gender in their local adaptation plan. But I really call upon all the parties to actually take it to the national, regional and sub-regional level, local level, and make sure that the local policies are also climate responsive, gender responsive, and the implementation plans as well. Because, and that also requires women's full and equal participation in the climate policy making, because they are the most affected. So they must design the responses as well. And most important, this work needs funding, and much greater attention to compensating and addressing the loss and damage faced by women who have done nothing to cause these calamities. So financing mechanism for both adaptation and loss and damage should be scaled up and focus on both specific needs of women, like women's sexual health and reproductive health, preventive health care, and emotional losses, which is normally never taken into account, of the most affected communities, and also there should be focus on long-term rebuilding of livelihood for these women. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalyani. And all of these interventions, again, really speak to our demands in terms of implementation, about how this process needs to set in place rules to build and ensure consultation and to build up consent amongst communities, all people within communities, to ensure their rights are being taken into account, and to ensure that we're really framing the type of energy systems we'd like to see. And how this implementation of our goal to keep warming under 1.5 degrees happens in a way that is just and really building up resilience of people and communities. And I think to speak a little bit more broadly then to what this means and what our demands are for this process more broadly, thinking about how we transition, what that just transition looks like for women and men, and what that means in terms of our financial structures as well. So I'd invite Kate to speak to that.
Thank you. What we can clearly see from our speakers and also from the communities that we all work with is that the commitment made last year by states to keep global warming below 1.5 to 2 degrees requires far more than the limited actions we've seen in the 12 months since Paris. In fact, in that time since Paris, we've actually seen exactly what states committed to challenge, which is the business as usual model. We've seen continued attention to global economic growth at the expense of the environment, but also at the expense of women's rights. We've been seeing continued commitment through trade agreements to undermine the capacity of states to actually take action that's required. But what we also know is that if we actually did commit to what's in the Paris Agreement to create a just transition and gender equality, we would have to fundamentally challenge the economic systems that we are dependent on. And we think that's an opportunity, actually. Climate change is disastrous, no doubt about it. It's the largest threat to human rights and women's human rights, but it is also an opportunity to rethink what is a deeply exploitative economic and political system for both the environment and for women. So our demands, you'll see, go far beyond the inclusion of women or the small-scale responses that we've seen so far from member states to look at sort of what they call gender-responsive processes. So when we were thinking about the kind of just and equitable transition for gender equality, it's not simply moving men out of polluting industries into so-called green industries. We're calling for a transition that actually questions the underlying economic principles. That could include things like looking at how we are dependent on the exploitation of women's paid and unpaid labour. We would really be needing to think about the fact that paid employment needs to be redistributed, but also an investment in the public. And this is why we're so concerned about the role of the private sector, the presence of polluting corporations here in Marrakesh, and the way that they will potentially undermine the just transition we need. If we were to have a just transition, we would have to look at public investment. Public investment in, of course, renewable energies, but also public investment in health and in education, in industries where women are likely to be employed, but also are dependent on public investment to advance women's human rights. And that, of course, requires financing. So if we are going to create a world where climate change doesn't devastate humanity, we need public investment and not a dependency on the private sector. We know that we have huge amounts of economic resources tied up in unproductive industries and polluting industries. We have more than $30 trillion hidden in tax havens, and we are spending $1.6 trillion a year on military expenditure. All this requires a complete redirection of both the economy and public spending, and of the way that states approach the private sector. So today we are going to be holding an action, I think probably the first action here at Marrakesh, which is focused particularly on shifting funds away from military expenditure. We know that militarism is both a driver and a cause of climate change. And so we're going to be calling on the redirection of those funds, as well as a focus on peace as one of both a climate just response and a gender just response.
Thank you very much, Kate. So with that, we would like to open up to see if there are any questions for further elaboration.
My question is the state of Bolivia doing anything to prepare these people for these 2 mega dams being built? And what kind of things are they doing in order to transition the jobs and the people's homes and all of their needs?
Last May in Rwanda, on the anniversary of the genocide, there was a conference of the World Economic Forum on Africa. In one panel, they tried to integrate the protection of the rights of women with the rights of the children. And yesterday in the opening ceremony, the outgoing chair lady, Mrs. Royal, emphasized that the number one victims of the orphans and the suffering children is so high, and 2/3 of them are in Africa. So I wonder if there are any initiatives where we're talking of protecting the rights of women, at the same time to speak about the protection of the children. I live in Zimbabwe, and I can see that the number one victims when there are conflicts, when there is poverty, are the children. How can we get funds at least to protect the children? And when we protect the children, we protect also the mothers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vasundhara Jolly, and I'm part of the Tufts University delegation to COP22. Thank you so much for offering the different perspectives. I thought it was very interesting. You mentioned that there's a requirement for a shift in how we approach investment and finance for existing economic systems.
And I was wondering if you could elaborate a little more on what that would look like, given that private sector involvement has been such a big part of this agreement, and how countries have been pushing businesses to adopt more sustainable practices. And if you're calling for a shift from that, yeah, like what would that look like?
Thank you. And our final question over here. Thank you so much.
We find ourselves in a position of some people who are on a train, the whole world basically, on a train that we know is going to go over the rails because we know that's where the rails are heading. And yet we seem to be sitting here trying to persuade our leaders to say, please will you tell us all to jump off it or stop the train. To my mind, for us to carry on staying here when we know, as Kate said, last year everybody said we're going to move off this train, and instead what actually happened was business as usual, feed some more coal into the fire. I think it's getting to be time now where we as women have got to do something about it. We've got to just say, maybe the option is to just set up another system. One of the big problems with climate change and the moves that we need to make in order to stop having climate change is that the infrastructure for the alternatives is very poorly developed. If we were to set up the infrastructure as well as we could, we'd be able to then abandon this train ourselves and not wait for somebody. I mean, when the train's getting closer and closer, are you still going to stay here saying, should we get off this train, leaders?
Thank you. So we have 3 minutes. So Carmen, maybe just briefly to the specific question, and then others who'd like to add.
Very briefly, there is no plan. We don't know anything. The information has been kept aside from civil society, even from the population living there, to all the civil society in the country. So we don't know what the future is going to be. We only know that it's in the program of the government and that they're going to build it. So we are hoping for the best in order to the authorities to realize what the huge impact this is going to have and to stop this project before it's built. Thank you.
Simone?
Yeah, I think the questions are actually related, and so far, yes, we definitely have to jump off this train of business as usual to protect the future of our children. I mean, and this is why we are fighting so hard, because we just see this whole Paris Agreement, you know, being funded by the biggest polluters in the planet, you know, will continue us on this business as usual path that will just not make sure that we reach the 1.5 degrees. That is the absolute minimum, because even that is too much. It's the absolute minimum we need to protect the future of our children. So yeah, how do we do it? To answer that concrete question, one big thing is to make sure governments are held accountable for providing the public funding. And there is funding, we know it. Actually at 1 o'clock there's a very important action organized about military spending, because we know there's so much money still going basically to war, which could go to peace and to climate justice. So please join us, that's in the restaurant area here at 1 o'clock. But it's one of the examples of, you know, the money is there. And actually forest conservation doesn't need money. What we need is that all that money that's currently going to agriculture communities and subsidies that are sponsoring forest deforestation and forest degradation are being removed, are being redirected to other sources. So that is the solutions now.
Speaking on this question of water leads us to one of the world's most prominent water experts. Speaking on this question of water leads us to one of the world's most prominent water experts, who is Professor Mohammed Aid Qadi. Our next speaker is presently President of the General Council of Agricultural Development. This council is a high-level policy think tank of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries in Morocco. He was also Secretary General of the Ministry. Previously, as Director General of the Irrigation Department, he was in charge of the development and implementation of the National Irrigation Program. He was the Chief Agricultural Negotiator of the Free Trade Agreement between Morocco and the United States.
I will briefly highlight some major features of the AAA initiative. I know that by now you know this initiative, but I will just focus, as we are in COP22, we are in the negotiations. I will focus on its raison d'être. Morocco has built COP22 as the COP of action. COP of action meaning that we need, and we stress this, to translate progress achieved in Paris in concrete terms. We have built also this COP as a COP for Africa, providing a unique opportunity to showcase action for Africa and in Africa, bearing in mind that vulnerability and adaptation in Africa are issues of high priority. The Paris Agreement explicitly refers to safeguarding food security in its preamble and has opened the door, as it was said, for more adaptation in the agriculture sector. In my view, the willingness to address agriculture and food security finally appears to be having some impact. By including adaptation and food security in the agreement, the international community fully acknowledges that urgent attention, and we sometimes lack the sense of urgency. Urgent attention is needed to preserve the well-being of those who are on the front line of climate change threats and impacts. All the intended nationally determined contributions INDC submitted by the majority of the African countries prioritize agriculture as a sector for adaptation action. This reflects, of course, the importance of agriculture for their economies and societies. Agriculture employs more than 65% of the labor force and accounts for more than 32% of the GDP. Projected climate change, and we had a presentation which eloquently present the vulnerability of Africa to climate change. They really pose serious threat to Africa's agriculture, which, as we've heard, will have to adapt to changing temperatures, precipitation patterns, and more frequent extreme weather events. If you take, for example, what happened with the 2015-2016 El Nino, probably the strongest on record. This El Nino event has led to the extreme drought affecting this year's crop in several countries across the continent. And you can see the unprecedented deficit of corn production in the SADC region. So while weather events such as El Nino are recurring phenomena, climate change will increase their severity, acting as a multiplier for food insecurity, reversing the gains achieved through the Millennium Development Goals process, and jeopardizing the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. Africa is already vulnerable to erratic weather patterns. And we heard this morning that it is the continent least able to meet the cost of adaptation to climate change and needs access to technologies and funds to exploit its massive agricultural development potential. We are strongly convinced that COP22 in Marrakesh is the right moment to create a coherent delivery system to drive forward the implementation of agricultural adaptation interventions in Africa. So the Adaptation of African Agriculture Initiative, AAA, originates from this conviction. It is designed to enable African agriculture to simultaneously improve productivity, reduce vulnerabilities, increase resilience, and manage natural resources more sustainably. It is closely aligned to realizing the ambitions agreed in COP21 and, of course, associated finance commitment. AAA is structured around two components. The first component is linked to the UNFCCC negotiations, and it aims to advocate in favor of increased funding to support innovative policies, country investment plans, and capacity development that reflect a strong and collective voice for Africa at COP22. And I can tell you that we tried hard during this week to make Africa's voice heard. The second component to the right is solution-oriented, based on 4 programs as, and then they insist on this, as prioritized in the majority of the NDCs submitted by African countries. The first program relates to the sustainable management of soil resources with the triple objectives that were mentioned: improvement of soil fertility, increase in the carbon sequestration capacity of soil, very much in line with the recommendation of the 4000 French initiative, and 3, the conversion of annual and the itinerant cultivation into crop trees and agroforestry. The second program is designed to achieve farming risks and providing solutions to smooth farmers' income, promote agricultural investment, and make disaster relief more effective. And the fourth program aims to expand the innovative agricultural finance in order to foster the adoption of best adaptation practices and enable investment in this area. Therefore, we believe that efforts to strengthen agricultural adaptation can be done quickly as they build on existing work and all the science capital that Africa enjoys. It will build also, and we are committed to this, on effective South-South cooperation. The AAA initiative echoes the commitments made under the Comprehensive African Agricultural Program, CAADP, as articulated in the Maputo and Malabo Declaration, as well as the Dakar African Development Bank High-Level Conference in 2015, and as mentioned by Mrs. Semeto, the Abidjan FAO Declaration in 2016. All these commitments call for the transformation of African agriculture into globally competitive, inclusive, and business-oriented sector that creates wealth, generates gainful employment, and improves quality of life. It also seeks to bring to scale an existing and successful initiative across Africa. And again, Mrs. Somedo mentioned a number of initiatives in soils, in water, and you will hear many more. I would like to emphasize also that the AAA initiative will contribute to achieving sustainable development goals, as its potentials are geared to most of the SDGs. I can cite the SDGs related to poverty eradication, SDG 1, food security and nutrition, SDG 2, healthy lives, SDG 3, water and sanitation, SDG 6, sustainable consumption and production, SDG 12, climate change, SDG 13, and territorial ecosystems, forest desertification, land degradation, and biodiversity, SDG 15. We are gratified by the fact that the AAA already enjoys the support of a large number of African countries, international and regional organizations, you heard FAO, World Bank, IFAD, and many others, the private sector, and NGOs. It is also supported by a high-level international scientific committee drawing on expertise from the most renowned institutions, academic and research institutions worldwide. I would like to conclude this talk by asking this question: what if Africa's agriculture became resilient enough to accelerate agricultural growth? So the answer comes from a study from the World Bank. Given the massive potential, agricultural potential of Africa, Africa holds almost 60% of the world's cultivated land. Only a small fraction of its water resources are developed, and so on. So if Africa became resilient, Africa's farmers and agri-businesses, according to the World Bank, could create $1 trillion food market by 2030. And in my view, this is a credible ambition, since Africa, the agri-business space is already changing. Since 2004, global investment in the food and agri-business sector have grown threefold to more than 100 billion in 2030. So we call this initiative AAA, mainly to echo the fact that investment in African agricultural adaptation is a AAA rated investment. Thank you very much.
We've been watching the wonderful science art communication of the impacts of climate change produced by Environmental Graffiti. It's available, you can see it on the website, by the artist Alisa Singer, who allowed us to use this free of charge. I am delighted to welcome Philip Duffy, who is President and Executive Director of the Woods Hole Research Centre. He held the role of Senior Policy Advisor in the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. So Philip, we welcome your words.
So the event tonight deals with the oceans and the cryosphere. And I'll say just a couple of words about each. You know, the oceans play obviously an incredibly important and underappreciated role in climate change. And in the most simple terms, greenhouse warming is the Earth absorbing more energy from space than it emits back out into space. And if you ask where is that excess energy going, over 90% of it, almost all of it, goes into the ocean. Only about 1% goes into the atmosphere. So when we think about global warming, we tend to focus on the atmosphere because that's where we happen to live. But really, climate change is happening much more in the ocean than in the atmosphere. The other important statistic and fact about the ocean's role in climate change is that the ocean absorbs roughly 25% of the carbon dioxide that humans emit into the atmosphere. And as you'll hear tonight, these additions of heat and energy and carbon dioxide into the ocean are having profound consequences. Similarly, the Arctic is what you might characterize as a hotspot of climate change. As you probably all know, the Arctic is warming at least twice as fast as the rest of the planet. This is resulting in changes there that are not just detectable, but actually obvious. And as you'll hear tonight, warming of the Arctic is having consequences, regional consequences that are, again, not just detectable, but actually obvious. It may be true, though, that although the regional consequences are very significant indeed, it may be true that the global consequences of climate change in the Arctic, although they've yet to be felt, are potentially more important. Indeed, I think nowhere is the concept or the immediacy of the concept of thresholds and tipping points more important than it is in the Arctic. And two examples come to mind, again, of thresholds and tipping points in the Arctic. One is greenhouse gas emissions from thawing permafrost, and the other is the commitment to the eventual complete melting of the Greenland ice sheet. And in my opinion, it's tipping points like these in the Arctic and elsewhere that really drive or should drive the urgency behind addressing global climate change generally. We can't wait, and as you'll hear tonight, the commitments that collectively the world has made so far are not enough, are nowhere near enough to prevent the most serious consequences. So more ambition is needed, and more ambition is needed sooner rather than later. So we have 5 distinguished speakers tonight. Carol Turley of the Plymouth Marine Laboratory will introduce them and will moderate the following discussion. Thank you.
So I get to introduce myself. My name is Carol Turley. I'm from Plymouth Marine Laboratory. I was the Knowledge Exchange Coordinator for the UK-wide Ocean Acidification Research Programme. I currently hold a Senior NERC Knowledge Exchange Fellowship, and I've been involved in a number of ocean acidification research programs in the UK and the EU. And I have advised a number of policymakers in the UK and the EU and even the US. Still willing to, by the way. So just back to basics. We're all aware that carbon dioxide concentrations are increasing in the atmosphere, and they're rising year on year. And this year was a year when it went above 400 parts per million. And it looks like most of the year will be above that. It all depends what happens in the next 2 months. So we've crossed a threshold already. Now, the increasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is due to burning of fossil fuels and, to a smaller extent, deforestation. But only 47% of the emissions remain in the atmosphere. The rest is taken up in equal parts by the biosphere, the land plants, and the ocean. And what I'm focusing is what happens when that carbon dioxide enters the ocean. So 25% enters the ocean, and that, whilst reducing atmospheric warming, causes ocean acidification, because CO2, when mixed with water, produces an acid, carbonic acid. And this is what we term ocean acidification. And it's a change in the pH of the ocean, which is a measure of the acidity. Ocean acidification is happening now and is measurable, and it directly reflects the atmospheric CO2. And you can see how the CO2 emissions increase year on year, and the pH of the ocean decreases. But there are other major changes to the ocean carbon cycle as well. It's not all about pH and hydrogen ions. It's about the decrease in carbonate ions and increase in the bicarbonate ions. So there's an awful lot happening, an awful lot of changes happening to the carbonate cycle. And these have varied impacts on marine organisms. This is aragonite saturation. It's global model projections of aragonite saturation. Aragonite is a calcium carbonate mineral that for some structures, coral reef structures, and some skeletons and shells of animals. And you can see that at the very beginning, the whole ocean is well saturated. What you want to see is the white bit is the white color is one, which essentially divides saturated from undersaturated waters. And you can see very early on that the polar oceans become undersaturated with respect to aragonite, but it's a global ocean phenomenon with the supersaturation that's happening in the tropical areas, like you can see there in the dark blue, is rapidly decreasing too. So this is something that's of great concern. And when it becomes undersaturated, unprotected shells will dissolve. And we can actually see this in seeps. Carbon dioxide seeps through coral reefs off Papua New Guinea. And you can see a progression from here, from away from the reef fence, moving right into the carbon dioxide, where the carbon dioxide is going through the reefs. And this is a vision of the future, perhaps, of coral reefs in a high CO2 world. So there's a very rapid loss as you progress to the seeps in biodiversity and structural complexity, with no reef development at a pH of around 7.8. So we think that's some kind of threshold for reef systems. And there was this amazing paper produced this year in Nature, and it's at One Tree Island, part of the Great Barrier Reef. And what they did is they took a whole reef ecosystem and brought the chemistry back to what it was like in pre-industrial times. So they restored it to pre-industrial conditions. And what they found that the calcification of the reef actually increased by around 7%. And that indicates, it's the first indication, real indication, that ocean acidification is already impairing reef growth. And there are other observations showing decreasing calcification over the last 20 years of reefs in the Great Barrier Reef. Also in the Mediterranean, there are carbon dioxide seeps, but in a different environment. And you can see at pH 8.1, which is today's pH, is amazing biodiversity. Lots of calcifiers there again, and then just 0.3 of a change in pH as you move towards the seeps. A great loss, a tipping point to very low biodiversity. But some organisms are doing quite well. You can see some algae doing very well. And the other important ecosystem provider are cold water corals, and they essentially build reef-like structures, but on the skeletons of their past generations. So there's this jumble of skeletons, and they produce habitats and nursery grounds for fish, and they may be particularly vulnerable because they actually grow deep in the water where carbon dioxide is higher, and then you actually have more CO2 coming in, which raises this saturation horizon towards the surface. And so we worry whether this horizon will actually move through where the current deep water coral reefs lay. And you can see they're around the European coast, but they're around many, many coasts. And they're also important in Northern Europe. And this is the projections for the RCP levels as you move into the future. And you can see the yellow and orange spreading, and this would imply that these organisms and the bones of their ancestors that are forming the reefs will actually dissolve because they've got no tissue to protect them at all. The variability of ocean acidification impacts it relates to the life cycle of organisms in the marine environment. So that organisms that sit on the benthos actually have a pelagic stage as well, and this is how they disperse through the seas. And you can see in the lower circle there that the adult of this echinoderm is actually quite okay about ocean acidification, not too vulnerable. But as you move to the gametes, the embryos, and the juveniles, you can see that the vulnerability increases. So you actually have to study the whole life cycle as well as the physiology of these organisms to actually understand their vulnerability to ocean acidification. There's more evidence of the coast of California and in the Southern Ocean that today these pteropods, these sea butterflies, which are the size of a very small lentil, are actually, their shells are corroding as we speak, as I speak. And why are they important? Why should you care about these things? It's because they're very important links in the food web for, from the very small microscopic organisms to the larger things that we like to enjoy and cultivate and catch. So salmon, herring and whales and many birds depend on these links in the food chain. The ocean is also absorbing nearly all the heat, as Phil said, from global warming, and that is warming the ocean as well. Again, we'll hear more about that later. And that is having an impact in combination with ocean acidification on many marine ecosystems. So what I'd like to do, I don't want to step on the ground of other presenters, is actually look at what the climate scenarios are and the impacts that they have. So these are the changes in mean values, global mean values, since pre-industrial times that will occur by the end of this century. So the present day mean air surface temperature is just over 1. If we go to business as usual, the red line, it will be over 4, or around 4 degrees centigrade. The NDCs, depending which tracker you take, will be anything from 2.7 to 3.5, and the recent UNEP GAP report had it at around 3. So this is still very, very high. And the Paris Agreement goal was 1.5, which is very close to the RCP 2.6. So how does this translate into the change in sea surface temperature? Well, today it's already at over 0.8 degrees centigrade as a global mean. And if we continue business as usual, it will be over 3 degrees centigrade higher. If we do implement these NDCs, it will bring it down to between 2 and 2.6 degrees higher. So it's still very high. In terms of acidification, at the moment where the pH of the ocean has decreased by 0.1 of a unit, doesn't sound much, but it's around 30%. And if we keep on going, a business as usual, it will be a decrease of 0.4, which is over 120% decrease. And even with the NDCs, they are still quite high, with a decrease of 0.2 to 0.3 pH. The Paris Agreement goal will deliver around a decrease of 0.15. So it's starting to sound better, but how does this translate in terms of impacts on important ecosystems and the goods and services they provide us? This is a planetary boundary diagram, and you'll see that the center is white, which it means that the risk of impact is undetectable, it's very low. The yellow circle is when it moves to moderate, and the red is when it moves to high, and the purple is when it's very, very high. So if we focus on where the blue line is, which is the coral reefs, you can see that the business as usual is that dotted line on the very edge of the purple. So that's very high risk to keep on doing what we're doing. The NDCs move in a little bit, but it's still in the very high risk category. And if we're good citizens of this planet and we achieve the Paris goal of 1.5, you can see that the risk of impact to coral reefs is reduced considerably, but it's still a high risk. And if you look around at the other ones, there are important things like pteropods and krill and other key ecosystems. And then look at the goods and services, you get an idea of how that could impact the marine environment and what we gain from it. So just to close, I conclude that current NDCs are not enough to avoid high risk of impacts to ocean ecosystems and the goods and services they provide. We need to ratchet it up, we need to build on them urgently. So thank you very much. Dr. Svante Boden, who's the European Director of the International Cryosphere Climate Initiative and the President of the Swedish Meteorological Association. Previously, he was head of the Division for Climate Change in the Swedish Ministry of the Environment, amongst other very eminent positions. So Svante, you have the floor.
I will pick up where I think Carol left and look at the water on land instead, and frozen water, that is the cryosphere of the Earth. And not unexpectedly, and as we have heard from Phil Duffy here, there are great risks for passing certain thresholds that will lead to irreversible processes melting the cryosphere. This is a diagram that looks a little complex. You will have a chance to look at it again. But what it shows is actually how different thresholds are passed and how different irreversible processes are starting for different global mean temperatures. And as you can see, there are parts of the cryosphere that are affected and start their trip towards passing thresholds already at this time, temperatures around 1 degree. And one very notable thing is that scientists have established that part of the West Antarctic ice sheet has actually become unstable and started to empty the ice and melt it into water in the oceans. And that could then lead to, over the next several hundred years, of an increase of the sea level of about 3 to 4 meters. But you can also see mountain glaciers are at risk at around 2 degrees. Arctic sea ice, it's very likely that if you go to 2 degrees or maybe a little beyond, you will have complete loss of summer sea ice. There are even dangerous thresholds ahead. If you go up to 3 degrees and above that, you risk actually to start irreversible processes of melting ice sheets over the East Antarctic. And that's much more water. So this is what we are facing, and this is what we should have in the back of our minds when we speak about the current NDCs. So there are all of those good reasons to stay as low as possible, and the current NDCs are definitely not putting us on the right track. And one of the dangers here, of course, and is implicit in the climate system. The climate system actually provides this polar amplification, and as we have heard, it varying places 2 to 3 times the global average warming. But I say polar, it actually also applies to, for example, the Himalayas and the glaciers. They are also warming much more rapidly than the global average. And this, of course, is then speeding up the melting and the change processes in the polar region. I think it could be good now to look exactly where we are when analyzing the NDCs, or indices that they were called before. This week, UNEP issued their annual gap report on what is actually needed in order to close the gap to stay on a 2 degrees pathway, and what are the current NDCs leading us. And as you see from this slide, actually, if you include also the conditional INDCs, the best value for what will happen to 2100 is that we stay under 3 degrees. We will be close to 3 degrees essentially. So if you multiply that by 2 or 3, you will see that could lead to something like a 6 to 9 degrees temperature increase in the Arctic, and also considerable increase in Antarctica. So what's happening with the ice sheet? I briefly then mentioned about this instability of West Antarctica, and it has actually been demonstrated that the Amundsen Basin in West Antarctica has already started. It has tipped. So what you can expect from that is an additional 1 meter of global sea level rise. But not on the time scale to 2100, but over several hundreds of years. But the general belief is that this is irreversible. You can only affect it and slow down this irreversible process by keeping the temperatures down. And of course, this irreversibility is the really threatening aspect of what's happening in the cryosphere. And as I told you before also, the Wilkes Basin in the East Antarctica turns out also to be unstable. And there are many basins that have the same characteristics. And this could lead to 3 to 4 meters of sea level rise. Now speaking about other basins in East Antarctica. That has not started yet. It takes a higher temperature to achieve that. And the time scale is much longer, 7,000 years. In fact, if you analyze this, you can see that the roots for these are 3 types of instabilities. For the West Antarctic ice sheet, it's referred to as topography downward sloping towards out over warm sea. That is triggering it. So it's not melting from the top, it's actually melting from the bottom by by warmer ocean water penetrating in under the ice sheet. When it comes to East and Antarctica and the Wilkes Basin, it's actually an ice plug. You have ice that are stuck over land or out of the sea by an underwater ridge that is keeping the ice in place. If it actually melts so that the ice can slide over that ridge, then the whole basin becomes unstable. And you have a third instability, and that applies to Greenland. And that is the high temperature feedback. When it starts melting from the top, the surface of it becomes lower, and you get exposed to even higher temperatures. And that you can see have started in Greenland, but not to the extent that the probability yet is so that you can see the whole Greenland ice sheet starting to vanish. But if you look at this probability diagram showing the global average warming over pre-industrial times as compared to the probability of complete loss of the Greenland ice sheet. If you look at the 3 degrees from the GAP report here, there is almost certainly, it's more than 80% probability that all of the Greenland ice sheet will vanish. That adds another 6 meters to sea level rise. Permafrost is one other of those irreversible processes. Once the permafrost has thawed and released its methane, it cannot be put back in the ground again over reasonable time periods. 24 of the northern hemisphere land area is actually permafrost. And what's happened, of course, is that when temperature rises, the ground thaws, it releases carbon dioxide and methane. Methane, of course, being the very potent part of this carbon stock, and leads to climate warming. But of course, there is also feedback loops, and more warming, more thawing. So if you sum up and they go through a process of calculating how much carbon that could be released this way, we can see in order to stay between the 2 degrees target, we cannot release more than 290 gigaton of carbon. To date, we have then spent about 550 gigaton of that budget, and remaining is 275. Permafrost will add another 130 and 160 gigaton if going above that. So that is a real uphill struggle to prevent that from happening. Arctic sea ice is another, of course, interesting thing and threatening thing. That, however, might not be irreversible. This is only from this year and the latest observation about the sea ice. And what's striking with what's happening now is that even if we didn't reach the summer low of 2012, it's below 2 standard deviations of what's happened over the last 30 years. But IPCC, and based on a number of Earth system models, came up with this picture showing that for the 8.5 RCP scenario, it's very likely that all of the summer sea ice is vanished around 2050. But on the other hand, if you can stop the warming at 2 degrees, then there's a chance of actually stabilizing the loss and not see all the ice vanishing. But only a couple of days ago, there was a new article in Science that showed that there's a very clear relationship between CO2 versus sea ice extent. So you have the cumulative CO2 emissions to the right, and you have extent of sea ice on the vertical axis. And so far, since 1953, there is a linear relationship. And if you extrapolate that to no sea ice at all, then you will see that it only takes 1,000 additional gigaton of CO2 emissions to get that. And if you do this calculation, you will see that will lead to about the same time as was predicted for 8.5, about 2050. It might occur earlier, actually, if you get this sort of galloping events that we have now. So I will come back to the picture again. You see that very, very important parts of the cryosphere can pass crucial tipping points. And and then start irreversible processes. And if you then put in the 3 degrees that we were speaking about before, you see that, that almost all of these processes will have started and continue actually to deliver their end results. For example, the complete loss of the Greenland sea ice and the sea ice, Greenland ice sheet and the Arctic sea ice. So that was actually my last slide. If you're interested to read a little more about the thresholds and closing windows, there is a report that we published last year where you can see a little more of this.
I have now the pleasure of introducing Lars Otto Rierson. He's the Executive Secretary for Arctic Monitoring and the Assessment Programme, AMAP. The working group under the Arctic Council responsible for monitoring and assessing levels, trends and effects of pollution and climate change on Arctic ecosystems and humans. And I know he's got another publication, assessment on the way, so I'm hoping, Lars Otto, that you will be able to tell us about this.
We have been working with the Arctic for 25 years. The organization in the Arctic goes back to Gorbachev, who calls for international cooperation to change the Arctic from an area of nuclear submarine into an area of peace and science. And that's what we have been doing for 25 years. The 8 Arctic countries and non-Arctic countries with research in the Arctic are providing scientists and data so we can perform the assessments that I'm going to give you a short introduction to. So we have scientists to make these thick scientific assessments. They're fully referenced, peer-reviewed. We have a scientist writer to make the layman styles, and that is still too thick for the politicians. So we have this very thin paper with a lot of big pictures and big letters, so that we hope that the ministers can read and see our conclusions and recommendations. And nice pictures, as you have seen here, is very important because they look at them and they read the text under. So that's where we try to sneak in the real things. The first PowerPoint should show the area that we are covering, and that is the whole Arctic, north of approximately 60 degrees, or the Arctic Circle. There's a huge water area, or the Arctic Ocean, a lot of ice. And we are looking into the ocean, the land, the atmosphere, and the humans, analyzing the levels of contaminants. You also see on the effects here.
For 10 seconds.
This is the report on the cryosphere. This is the 3rd climate report that AMAP delivered in 2011. And in April, we're going to launch the next report telling the development of what we see now in the cryosphere in the Arctic. Here is from the Northern Hemisphere, RCP 4.5 and 8.5. But if you look at what's happening north of the 60 degrees, you see that we have more than a doubling in the temperature. If you continue as business as usual, the red line, in the winter time, you will be an average increase of 12 degrees. This illustrates how important it is to look into areas, into part of the year, and don't be blind on the average of the globe. That is what you see here. That is 5 to 6 degrees, or down to 3 degrees for 4.5. In the Arctic, you see doubling, and be aware of that in some areas, some part of the year, you will have extremes, higher and lower. And that's important to understand what you then get for the melting of the ice, the thawing of the permafrost. The average is not the right to look at. You have to look at what's at the site, what will happen. So this is also an interesting thing. We have heard it before. The ocean has been under-communicated, the heat of the oceans. This is inflow of warm water around Barrow in Alaska coming into the Arctic. This is in September 2011. Interesting too, the input of warm heat by the rivers. Some of the largest rivers in the world are emptying into the Arctic, and that's another heat pump into the area, contributing to the melting of the ice and then reducing the freezing of the ice in the autumn, which is one of the reasons why we have some extreme weather. So I will come back to that. So this is what we have seen is the thawing, the melting of the ice. If you're going back to the old days in the 80s, a lot of multi-year ice, more than 6 years old, 6 meters and bigger, dominated. Today, hardly multi-year ice. It's 1 to 2 years ice dominating in this area. What is under-communicated to the world is the snow cover and the change in the snow cover. And again, we see here In June, we see up to 50% reduction in snow cover in a huge part of the Arctic. And then you see that is continuing. This is from 2012. Thawing of the permafrost, you heard about that. What's interesting is to see there's a difference here in the thawing of the more warmer part, the discontinuous permafrost area. That's not that deep, steep increase in temperature. But look what's up in the upper figure here. In the continuous permafrost, there's an increase in the temperature of 2.5, 3 degrees. You should be aware of the thawing ongoing today is the permafrost created during the little ice age. The permafrost creating from the last ice age will start thawing in mid-century if you don't stop it. So this is still rather new permafrost that is thawing for the moment. So what we see what's coming up in the Arctic will be much more wetter. There will be increased precipitation and increased evaporations. And that means that you get a hell of water out of the Arctic. Not only from the melting of the ice, but also from the weather conditions. This is from a flooding in 2015 and the Dalton Highway. And you will see much more of this in the future. So, coming back to where we had the Arctic, when I grew up in Tromsø and what people had, we had this situation in the upper left here. The cold air started in the autumn, spreading down over North America, Europe, like a dome of cold air. And it stood there into the spring and came back again, picking up pollutants into the atmosphere. And then you saw this beautiful color called Arctic haze in the late 50s because of these accumulations from Siberia, from Europe in that era. What happened in 2009 and 2010 was the break. You got this heating in the central part of the Arctic, and you get the outlet of cold air, just like you have today, coming down all the way down to Spain. You have the warm here and then cold. And we have just the same situations going on now. This is an average air temperature increase in the area from the last 15 years compared to the previous 30 years. And you can clearly see here the increase of the heat, mainly over the oceans, between Greenland and Baffin Island. That's where we have the huge increase in temperature in the Arctic. And of course, that is part of the reason for why we have the increasing melt of the sea, of the land, in addition to the heat in the ocean. So then we have the situation that the empire strikes back again, like I called it. People have seen now the feedback from the Arctic, the extreme weather, snowing in Washington in May, heavy rain in England a few years ago, fires, forest fires in northern Norway. It was absolutely crazy period a few years ago. And what we see here is this jet streams affecting southern parts, and we also see effects correlated to the monsoon in Southeast Asia is correlated to the ice conditions in the Arctic. And lots of several publications are out on that one. The Greenland ice sheet was more or less stable until the mid-90s. These are observations. This is in the previous release from AMAP. What was snowing on the top of Greenland, exactly the same, more or less running off. Then you can see how it started to increase. So when we released the SWEPA report in 2011, the runoff of Greenland was approximately 250 gigaton of water. What on earth is that? Well, that is 1 meter of water all over Australia. So this is increasing and continuing, and other glaciers, ice caps in the Arctic are melting. So the Arctic is today one of the main contributor to sea level rise, together with the temperature expansion of molecules, and that will continue. AMAP presented, the sea level rise estimate in 2011 was between 0.9 and 1.6 meter. Hardly anyone believed that figure when it came up because IPCC had just released and said 0.3 meter. But we had the new figures then from Greenland and from Antarctica. And we will see them when they are coming with the new figures, they are around 1 meter and above. And it's again, a sea level runoff from the Arctic will affect southern oceans. So the increase in the Indian Ocean will be 1.6 higher than the average. And again, don't be blind on the average figures. Look at the reality there and then. This is, and just one funny thing for many people. When Greenland is melting, Greenland will not have a sea level rise. Greenland will have sea level decrease because ice melting, the weight on Greenland is lower, and Greenland will come up. Black carbon, you had heard that already. Sources around the Arctic of black carbon emissions. Just want to point on this one. The main source in the Arctic is the emissions from oil fields, the flaring, and there you can see there's some, it's hard to see, but the big red to the far right is around the Russian sides. But the main source of heating of black carbon in the Arctic is the black carbon in Southeast Asia, because of the heating in the atmosphere and the transport of the heat into the Arctic. So what we need is, you want actions on black carbon, we need global actions on black carbon and methane if you want to have the effects of a reduction of the temperature of up to 0.5 degrees by mid-century. Actions just in the Arctic will hardly have any effects. Ocean acidification. Arctic is going more faster than most of other areas to be acidic because cold water can store more CO2 than warm water. And when the ice is melting, you get more fresh water in. And when the ice is melting, you get more surface area available to absorb CO2. And then we have this huge amount of carbon coming out of the Russian rivers. All of this is making the oceans more vulnerable. The Arctic marine ecosystems are likely to undergo significant changes. And we are now doing a new study that we will report on what are the effects on the socioeconomic on the fisheries. And this is a figure from the first assessment we had, in Arctic Climate Impact Assessment, where one predicted that mackerel will move north. When I grew up here in this area, we didn't see mackerel. It was up here. In 2007, mackerel was here, and last year mackerel was up here. So we see these predictions from OSEA is taking place. You can fish mackerel far, far north. And then it is, what are the effects of ocean acidification and temperature and other stressors? That's what you're looking into now in case studies around the Norwegian coast, in Alaska, in Baffin Bay area, to see what this means for the fisheries and for the local indigenous people, for their living conditions in the Arctic, and what they can export of fish from the Arctic. So this is a very interesting study that will be released. The first report will be in May next year. So how to adapt? It is not enough to mitigate. We have to start to adapt and plan the adaptation. So that's what we are doing this. What are the combined effects of all the stressors in the Arctic? We have chosen 3 regions looking into here, and then looking for how can we prepare the local societies, the business, to prepare for a future that is totally different from what you have today. And that will also be released. And this is just to illustrate from the Chukchi Sea. This is today. Normally you have ice in this area 11-12 months, and then you can see what the models predict, that when you're coming into around mid-century 30-40, you have 2 to 3 months, shift from 2 to 3 months to 4 to 5 months without ice. Dramatic changes. And that will also have effects on the sea that is protecting the land from erosion. We saw a nice picture earlier. So some of the conclusions we can draw is that the Arctic temperature will continue to increase, both in the atmosphere and in the ocean, and thereby an increased volume of meltwater will come out of the Arctic and affect the global sea level. If Paris Agreement is achieved, that was trying to achieve 2 degrees or 1.5, unfortunately that will not be enough to stop the melt, but it may reduce the increase. Because an increase in 2 degrees, as I showed you, means 4 to 5 degrees in the Arctic, and that's a hell of water. Arctic will be different, the world will be different than what's happening in the Arctic. And into this, ocean acidification will continue and have effects both on the chemistry and the biology and the socioeconomy. So all of these new data you will listen to. You're welcome to Virginia next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lars. Otto, that's quite depressing, really. It's my pleasure to invite Professor Hans Otto Portner. Hans is an eminent marine physiologist. He works at the Alpha Vector Institute, and this year he took on the challenge of the IPCC co-chair of Working Group 2 for AR6 and the Ocean and Cryosphere report. So Hans, you're on the floor. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Carol, for the introduction, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here and talk to you about the activities of IPCC in the context of oceans and cryosphere. We look at key vulnerabilities, impacts and risks at 1.5, also looking at socioeconomic aspects, and comparing these then to the avoided impacts and reduced risks. So it should be a comparative treatment of a climate world in 1.5, because comparison is needed to put this into perspective. Time frame will be an issue, and mitigation pathways. This is just an example of what should be treated in that report. And some of this may already building on the AR5, where there has been consideration of vulnerable ecosystems, and there has already been information which allows us, mainly with the RCP 2.6 scenario, to draw on information for 1.5 degree warmer world, as you can see here, where according to IPCC findings, we can make the distinction that in a 1.5 degree warmer world, there may be sea ice left, some in the summer in the northern hemisphere, whereas in a warmer than 2 degree world, we are looking at a situation where the sea ice will be completely lost. And you've seen this figure already, where you see indicated how in a 1.5 degree world the situation may stabilize with some residual Arctic summer sea ice left, but you also see there is quite a range of uncertainty around that needs to be considered. Now, what else can we say about the world under different degrees of climate change? This is looking at the oceans from the point of view of productivity shifts, and these are latitudinal shifts that concern virtually all organisms, but also those that represent primary production. And you see how in a warmer world productivity is moving north, moving and south, moving to higher latitudes, and this trend is exacerbated in a business as usual scenario, and you see how the so-called desertification of the ocean gyres at mid-latitudes is actually exacerbated by a warming ocean. This also reaches up to the higher organisms, where again organisms move in response to the warming trend. You see the reddish areas here, where there is a decline in biodiversity and decline in fish stocks and invertebrate stocks. This summarizes information for about 1,000 species, where we see a decline in fisheries catch potential at low latitudes, affecting especially the developing countries and their artisanal fisheries in those areas, whereas in some higher latitudes you actually see the blue indicating an increase in fish stocks. But on average there will be smaller fish, and there will be about a 20 to 30% decline in fisheries catch potential in a 2 degrees warmer world. And these trends, as far as we know from a recent projection exercise, are exacerbated by the warming-induced oxygen loss from the oceans. Now, what else is happening, indicating a transition of critical thresholds? And there's one system where we all know that it is already affected by the warming trend, and this trend is continuing. And even in a 1.5 degree warmer world, we already see a high risk of losing up to 90% of coral reefs and their services to humankind. Ocean acidification has also been mentioned. You see the different trends here in the inset, where the pH decline, which is measuring, quantifying the acidity decline, will either go unabated in a business as usual scenario, or with ambitious emission reduction will be reduced. And you see the different calcifiers here in the acidified world, indicated by the bluish colors according to the pH scale. You see again the trend of high acidification in high latitudes, especially in the Arctic, because there's also freshening happening. And then you see the ecosystems affected, the warm water corals here, the green dots, the purple dots indicating the cold water corals, and then the yellow areas indicate the areas where humankind relies on calcifiers for fisheries. We know that sensitivities differ between different groups according to the different CO2 exposure experiments that have been done, and which can serve kind of projections of how these groups will change in the future. And you see that the fraction of sensitive species early on is high in the mollusks, is lower in the crustaceans, and is high again in the corals. but lower in the cold water calls than in the warm water calls. This gives us some projection for acidification impacts by the end of the century. And we know again that risks are enhanced by warming extremes. Now, how do we bring all of this together? You have already heard Carol talking about the assessment of risk, and actually the risk concept developed by Working Group 2 during the last assessment cycle has been a role model for this. And you see here the burning ember diagram, which distinguishes the risk from undetectable to very high according to color code, and how we can then allocate risks according to the different long-term global goals that are being discussed. And the natural systems actually play an important role in terms of developing that risk, developing a picture for those risks and the resulting long-term climate targets that we should go for. Well, you've seen this slide already, and actually we've been bringing the IPCC model of risk assessment together in this paper, actually this here in Nature Climate Change, where you see the sort of planetary boundaries for the oceans associated with the temperature, different temperature worlds. The black line gives the 0.8 degree world, and the white line the 1.5 degree world. All of this is in the yellow area, moderate risk area, except for the coral reefs, as Carol has indicated, and we can pretty much confirm and emphasize here that all of the INDCs which would take us to a 2.7 or 3.5 degree warmer world would take us into a high risk situation, and which should initiate and increase then the ambition for further mitigation efforts. A final point, sea level rise to be addressed has already been discussed widely, so I may be able to cut that a little bit short. Just to say that in the last synthesis report, actually, we were assuming that in a 1.5 degree world, there could be sea level could be constrained to below 1 meter. But as already said, the contribution of the Antarctic ice sheet is likely underestimated. This makes an important distinction, and a recent paper by Strauss and al. Actually distinguishes the triggering of the ice sheet for the different scenarios, and you see different levels of exposure to sea level rise here according to these scenarios where different areas are more strongly exposed and certainly with increasing warming trends. There's a large uncertainty with respect to sea level rise. Even in a 1.5 degree world, we are not really firm about which level of sea level rise we will actually be reaching. But with this kind of consideration, we are coming close to situations from paleo findings which have been compared to the present developments where similar levels of high sea level rise have been reached. So there are high risk thresholds that we are about to transgress, and we need to say, certainly we need to take action. Adaptation is one action, is necessary and is occurring, but without ambitious mitigation, adaptation will not be sufficient. And this slide, which may actually, during this week, especially the left-hand side, may show how important this consideration actually is, that there is a science background in human behavior that needs to be considered when we discuss the societal inertia and the inaction in transformation. As part of this process, we need to strengthen the visibility of the ocean by its formal integration into the UNFCCC process, and as part of that we need to enhance and exploit the science basis of ocean-related solution options, like setting up of marine protected areas, identify limits to adaptation, consider blue growth and sustainable development for these economies. And with that, I would like to close, and thank you very much for your attention.
I think the urgency of moving, ratcheting up our CO2 emissions has come across very strongly indeed. It's my pleasure to invite Vladimir Ryabin. He's an oceanographer, a climatologist, marine engineer, and at present serves as the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. Vladimir, you've got 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Carol. You know, actually, you see what's happening with the planet Earth, and I'm standing between, well, the talks and the dinner. It's a very difficult situation. So, in principle, what I would like to state that I wish to take us from the last picture that Hans Otto shown with heads in the sand. So we need to do something about this. And you know, at least the IOC of UNESCO will try to do something when it comes to the ocean. But the distribution of mandates is pretty complicated in this world. Discuss with you some multidisciplinarity in the Earth system. Lars Otto already said that, you know, that if the Greenland ice sheet melts and the Antarctic, then sea level rise will be mostly in the tropical areas. But this is what we see now. This is the current picture of highly uneven sea level rise. It's affecting mostly maritime continent, and then let us look where the strongest tropical cyclones are. And we still remember that cyclone Hainan that destroyed a lot of villages in Philippines. But you know, this is kind of environmental look at the problem. But if you look at what's happening in these big cities, they kind of tend to develop exactly in this region. And of course, people tend to go towards the coast and they live on the coast. But what is important also, these mega cities, they're so heavy, they extract so much groundwater, they tend to also subside. And the speed of this subsidence is even higher than the speed of sea level rise. So we not only have these environmental problems, but a lot of engineering problems and civil protection problems that all need to be considered together. If it also consider on top of that, that this is the area where we are losing a lot of mangroves, which also contributes to increased carbon in the atmosphere, then we see there will be some really hot spots on the planet that we can shoot and have to react on. So, what can be done? In principle, and already Hans Otto spoke about this, the CMIP experiments and also Lars Otto used those experiments are highly influential and highly informational. Because you know, they are done with the Earth system models, including the couple ocean atmosphere that driven most of them by emissions of greenhouse gases, and they are able to provide this good guidance on the physical part of the climate system, also on chemical part of the climate system. With that, it is possible to at least see what is going to happen with large marine ecosystems. So this is a very good instrument for driving management. But of course, on top of that, we have highly developing, fast developing observing system in the ocean, particularly also when it comes to physical domain, much less when it comes to biological, biochemical and ecosystem domain. But we are also going in that direction. Observations are incredibly important for understanding what is happening, for driving science, and enabling the models as well, because they have to be tuned using best observations. So with that, it is possible, I think, to use the CMIP experiments that produce so-called IPCC climate predictions for at least mitigation scenarios for managing the ocean better. Now, of course, the perspective is that we will turn this into truly Earth system models that also include economics, include regions, include industry. This is where the current science is going. But we are not yet there, but at the same time we need to imagine that with this type of science there will be more transparency in the world, more ability to check what is going to be according to certain decisions. This will be, I think, in the future, the mainstream development of Earth system science. So there are different communities that are dealing with. Of course, there are scientists, just general people, governments, private sector. I'm presenting here facilitators or enablers. They may come from non-governmental organization. In my case, this is an intergovernmental organization, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. So what we actually can observe in terms of this zoo of different acronyms of different agencies and different groups involved in ocean governance. So this is that value chain that comes from ocean research, then goes through ocean observations, generate certain data, and this data are used in two modes. In real-time mode, they're used for providing certain services, meteorological, for example, predictions, and of course they're also used in delayed time mode for producing different certain assessments, like an NPC assessment, like Hans Otto was presenting. And of course this comes to societal benefit. If we then click again, we will see how this diagram is populated with different groups, projects, and programs. So we are actually nearly everywhere, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. We are sponsoring some organizations, we are contributing to the work of some of them, we are communicating with others. So one of our staff produced that picture, Kirsten Easensee, of a lot of projects that we involved with, including Global Ocean Observing System, including World Climate Research Program, the Blue Carbon Initiative. So we are basically a governmental think tank that produces some initiatives that are most important for governing the ocean, for understanding what is happening, and I hope very much that this is useful also for decision making. And indeed it's really driving certain processes. But we already have some frameworks that may help us to process scientifically based information and come to good decisions. So these processes are reflected in certain frameworks. Of course, we should start with the Agenda of Sustainable Development, Agenda 2030. We have now the historic climate agreement achieved in Paris. We have also accelerated modalities of action for small island developing states that are very strongly affected by climate change. We have also the new Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction post-2015, and there is a constitution for the oceanographers, United Nations Convention of Law of the Sea. So we try to use all these mechanisms and try to use the constitution to move forward on certain decisions. So what is happening, for example, in terms of governance? More than 50% of ocean surface is beyond natural jurisdiction. If countries would like to protect their biodiversity in the exclusive economic zones, then this area remains unprotected. So now there is a decision that there must be some legally binding instrument for protection of biodiversity beyond areas of natural jurisdiction. This process needs to be informed. So we work with United Nations in New York, and we conduct certain events like here, and we inform them that we need to derive that regime, and very likely this regime will be, I think, designed and agreed, I would say, in 2-3 years' time. Now, there are also already specific things that we are responsible for, and some of them are reflected in Sustainable Development Goal 14, the standalone goal on the ocean. So this goal includes actually 10 targets, and they are related to elimination of pollution, turning fisheries into more healthy mode in different ways, particularly by removing substitutes to huge fishing fleets that basically have huge bycatch, and they also basically kill fish nearly everywhere. So we need to also increase the area that is protected in the ocean, and we have to do it well. Less politically, less political, but more kind of science-based. But IOC is responsible for two very important things there. We need to engage the community into studies of ocean acidification and try to find ways of dealing with this. So a lot of people in this room actually contributing to this very important process. And the second thing that we are responsible is the target 14A, a cross-cutting target. We need to build the capacity of ocean science and transforming technology. Technology is not really kind of instrumentation. Technology is information technology. Databases, the ability to process data, include models, take results from the models. So we try to do this, and we actually one of those organizations that explicitly mentioned in all these targets that our criteria are going to be used for that process. This is really important, to move science forward, to address cutting edge requirements of science at the same time creating such conditions that developing countries can benefit from the science and contribute to its move forward. So now, what needs to be done in the ocean? And Hans Otto already started this topic. We need to improve, still improve integrated coastal zone management. We need to, again, improve maritime special planning. We need have a new regime beyond areas of natural jurisdiction. We need to have scientifically based marine protected areas, increase the surface of these areas, and enforce that these areas shouldn't be touched. There are some means of do so. And of course, we need adaptation and mitigation. Everyone understands we really need this probably the most to save the planet from increased CO2. What are the ways of doing so? We need to engage the potential of private sector. Blue economy is probably the most promising economy and very stable. So we need to engage that sector also in adaptation and mitigation. And of course, we need to create literacy in people and kids so they know what to expect into the future. So once again, for that, we need to increase the capacity, and we are actually measuring capacity. For the first time in history of ocean science, we are going to issue a report that measures the capacity of science. Infrastructure, investment, interest, gender balance, topics. So this is the substance of the Global Ocean Science Report that we unveiled at the Sustainable Development Conference of Sustainable Development for the Ocean in June 2017 in New York. And we have to develop the network of knowledge. For that we need policies. We have open data policy. We create networks of scientists, of knowledge, of best practices, of data information. We also create technical means of dealing with that. So what is also important that we have some guidelines on transfer of technology that are developed by OEC, and with that we hope to help developing countries to be really key players in this process. And this is my concluding slide. You know, I think several years ago, and I think it was particularly true in 2009, when all the science was already there, but the COP in Copenhagen didn't agree on anything. So then scientists started to think, what is the problem? So how we communicate our science? And the model that was used till that time was kind of linear. Science was the truth. Truth would speak to power, to governments, and governments were supposed to listen and take action. This didn't happen. So now there is a much better understanding of that the process should be not really linear, bottom-up. The process should be kind of much more complicated. Scientists should really act as owners, brokers of that information. There is some responsibility attached to knowledge. Lars Otto, Hans Otto, everyone here spoke, and we know more or less with certain certainty that what is going to happen. We need to communicate this. If we don't do this, the world will be in big trouble. So this is the model. This model is not non-linear, and I think this co-design with governments is the way forward. So we speak to governments, governments speak to us, then there is a common understanding achieved. This is how we probably can move forward, also in the climate domain, in ocean protection domain. And you know, this is much more than that. Lars Otto presented to you the dramatic situation in the Arctic. But you didn't say that even the ozone hole was emerged during several years. So such things may also happen. So the world is really complicated, multidisciplinary, and we have to have mechanisms to address this complexity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. Okay, I'm handing over to Svante to do the questions.
Fine, thank you very much. So I see immediately someone raising her hand, so please.
Now, Carol mentioned that the national contribution, intended contribution of countries are not enough. I would like an elaboration by the panelists on this question. What is the right national contribution, the intended national contributions that should keep us away from higher rising temperatures and acidification and other ripple effects of climate change?
Actually, there is no alternative, of course, towards tightening the contributions. But you know, I just wanted to comment on something that hasn't been touched here. The order of events in the Earth system is very important. If you release all the carbon almost immediately, then you will engage a lot of natural feedbacks in this system, and it will be much more difficult to have. You will have much higher negative emissions to compensate for this. So everything that is possible to do now in terms of blue growth, in terms of using blue carbon, every contribution that we can do now will probably pay off if we can just make it. So we have to start now. And protruding on this, it takes us into a more risky world. That's the only thing I know. The rest is for countries, for contributions.
But I also think that IPCC has demonstrated very clearly what is required in terms of emission reductions in order to achieve both a 2 degrees goal and 1.5 degrees goal. And now we get further information on the 1.5. But I think how that emission reduction, of course, is turned into INDCs or NDCs, that is what this negotiating process is. But they have to sum up to what is required according to following at least a 2 degrees pathway. That's my own personal reflection on this. Anyone else would like to address that question before we go on to the next one? Yes?
Sure, just
yeah,
to
please.
add a point on the question of INDCs. If you look closely at the most recent IPCC assessment report and other subsequent publications, you'll see that the scenarios there that limit warming to 2 degrees, and certainly the scenarios that limit warming to 1.5 degrees, involve not only very rapid reductions in emissions of greenhouse gases, but also carbon dioxide removal, the actual removal of large quantities of CO2 from the atmosphere. And frankly, I think this is something that needs to be much more highlighted. I think it should have been much more highlighted in the recent IPCC assessment report. And part of the reason I mention that is that, in my opinion anyway, the amounts of carbon dioxide removal that are invoked in these scenarios are something we simply don't have the know-how, the means to do. I frankly think it borders on science fiction.
I popped into an economics side event, and they were discussing NDCs and the cost of implementing them. And my take-home message from that was that it is expensive, but it's more expensive, it's more costly to put it off. The cost of not doing anything. So the longer we put off reducing the emissions, the greater the expense will be. But of course, that's the expense of actually reducing CO2 by various means. But the expense, the ecosystem expense of not doing anything is going to be huge. That will come a little bit further down the line. So we need to invest now to save an awful lot of money later, and not just money.
Could I just say thank you to Philip Duffy for mentioning something which should have occurred in all our discussions, which is a reduction not only in emissions. We are prisoners of the UNFCCC talking about emissions and temperatures as criteria. We should really be talking about concentrations, difficult though it is. It's concentrations at that level going up and up the whole time, which are the root cause of all our troubles. And we should be taking more seriously not what is called negative emissions, which is a business-friendly way of using carbon from plant life to make fuels. We should be talking about the physical and chemical and phytoplankton perhaps removal of carbon dioxide and its sequestration for quickly, so we bring concentrations down to the safe level, which we all know is 280 parts per million. So thank you, Philip.
Judy saw it's Mother Channel television on the internet, and I filmed a fish crime conference last year, and the same conclusion we came to was more or less got along the lines where Vladimir was going with what he was saying now, and it put an idea into the conference's head that there was so much area beyond the boundaries of the seas, the seas that belong to countries, that it's sort of like open season to all the worst ruffians on the planet. And there were so many terrible crimes happening out at sea not only on the fishing level, but also on many other levels as well too. And that there was no jurisdiction of what happened there because nobody knew in which area particularly. You just see sea, you've got no proof of anything happening. And I love the idea that you put forward, Vladimir, and I want to know how you would think of getting this started. You know, we need a world that is ruled by reason. We don't want a world anymore that's ruled by clowns or vested interest. And the vested interest problem is the thing that's killing everything. And how would we put forward an idea where the scientists, the people who represent at least the top information that's coming in at the time for all the different facets of reality that we all deal with, should be the ones who lead the way. We've got the wrong leaders. How would we get the sea becomes a maritime country, one country, because it has no boundaries, no borders, and become where you guys are the ones who dictate what happens there, and everybody participates. Again, I love that idea where everybody, but you know, it's something that belongs to everybody, where there is no overriding one country running everything.
Thank you. I didn't really hear any concrete question.
How would you start something off?
Okay.
It's something very drastic, but this is the time for drastic stuff.
Okay.
You know, the ice is getting thinner, and I feel that I'm on that ice at the moment. So, in principle, I would like to state that indeed a lot is about education and generating values in young people. I think we all do, but the young people should be getting that education and values that will help them to survive and save the world. But indeed, scientists should speak up, and if they know what is going to happen, it is their duty, and I stay for that. But I think it's just much more than that. More than convention on climate change, we need the convention to reduce the greed.
Yeah, I think that there is a general consensus about that, but Carol would like to take that a little further.
I mean, I'm really sad when I look at a number of politicians who aren't scientists. We really need more politicians who actually understand science, as well as scientists that can communicate to politicians. So we really need to join this up.
Thank you. And Lars Otto, please.
Just a small comment. All of you have spent a lot of energy to produce readable reports from the science. Looking back, we have maybe addressed the wrong audience, because we have tried to address the decision makers. But it's not the decision makers who vote, the politicians. So we have to address the voters, those who elect the politicians, much better than they've done. That's a big failure, the way we have communicated over the last 3 decades.
Okay. Those are very important words, I think. Yes, please.
So I'm wondering, and something I think about a lot, is it given the low likelihood of avoiding 1.5 degrees or potentially even 2 degrees of warming, we are looking at quite likely passing some of the thresholds that are being discussed. So then what becomes the role of the science community, we call a team of scientists up here, in helping the world deal with the fact that we're likely to pass these thresholds?
This question is being asked very often, because there's certainly a likelihood that we will miss the 1.5, but still the world wants to know where we stand with respect to impacts and with respect to avoided impacts, and we need a reference for that. And it's then good to have a reference what a 1.5 world would look like compared to a 2-degree world, and compared to a world that becomes even warmer according to present INDCs. So in that respect, such a comparative treatment is important, and then the world can decide which climate target they would like to go for, and which climate target they would think is feasible and worth the effort.
May I make a follow-up question myself concerning that? I understand that you could also consider some sort of overshoot scenarios where you actually go temporarily above 1.5, and then by negative emissions you could come back from above to 1.5 degrees.
Yeah, just to say that this is actually considered in the 1.5 report as well. And this is posing interesting questions for the oceans, because the oceans are a buffer for the climate system. They take up more than 90% of the heat presently, and they're lagging behind with respect to the warming trend. Then you would have to ask, for example, with respect to ocean ecosystems, how much of an overshoot is tolerable with respect to avoiding severe and dangerous impact. Yes.
If I
Yes,
could,
next question.
if I could
yes.
add a comment on overshoot. I don't like overshoot scenarios, and I don't like them for policy or psychological reasons and scientific reasons. Policy and psychological reasons, I don't like offering the temptation of saying, okay, we can postpone action now and we'll fix it later by means that we have yet to invent. I think that's a very risky way to run a planet. The other point, which has been made earlier, is that certain consequences, certain consequences are irreversible. In an overshoot scenario, you're going to allow more emissions of greenhouse gases, for example, from thawing permafrost. You're going to allow more sea level rise. Those consequences are irreversible. Even if you succeed in magically sucking CO2 out of the atmosphere and putting it somewhere, that methane that came out of the permafrost isn't going to go back into the permafrost, and the sea level isn't going to recede downward. So you have to consider the irreversibility of certain processes.
I was wondering if we, in paleoclimatic data, we already observed such a methane release from the permafrost, maybe at the end of last glacial maximum, or I don't know if it...
We released a methane report last year, and we were more looking into the future, and we don't see the big explosion that someone had a theory on. What we see is the release of methane will increase as the temperature increases and the thawing, so there will be more or less a linear increase in the release into the future, the decades, and into 2100. So we don't see this big bang that someone had in the newspapers last year.
When I see and follow over all the years what is done by IPCC, and I want to continue what had been the questions of the two questions before with negative emissions, I'm extremely worried how poor is the understanding of the energy system is the main contributor of the CO2 emissions. Because what I saw over all the years, and I have to introduce, I'm researching 100% renewable energy systems in a high spatial and temporal resolution. And I'm really worried how low is the understanding of the energy system in the IPCC reports. It's extremely conservative. The assumptions are conservative. The solutions are thought in nuclear. They are thought in CCS, but we know CCS is a PowerPoint technology. It does not work in the real world. It's used in the oil and gas industry to get more oil and gas out, but not for what we're discussing it here. And when it comes to the renewables, the understanding is extremely poor. When you see even the scientific publications of the last 2 or 3 years, the cost assumptions for solar PV for mid of this century are higher than what we have today, for example, in India. And we're not talking on batteries and other things. It's just not happening there. So a place I can only call or cry out, discuss with your colleagues that this stuff is done better. Even Hans-Joachim Schellnhuber and Stefan Rahmstorff wrote a Nature climate change comment mid of this year that we cannot continue with that.
I'd like to once again thank all the speakers, but I would also like to thank you, the audience. It's been a wonderful time together, I think, so thank you very much.
Work, but we have superb examples, for example in Bangladesh, helping with the early warning system for floods. And this flooding system helps these smallholders, first of all and foremost, to stay alive when the floods will start. Other experiences, like in the southern provinces of Mozambique, for example, which is very drought prone, to have tolerant cassava so that they have other crops that will survive climate. We also help them with better livestock. In Nicaragua, for example, we managed to get them to change a little bit their traditional coffee planting to get into cacao, because in some areas, with the changes on the rain patterns and the raising the temperatures, they will not be able to continue growing coffee. So like that, we have thousands of examples of what IFAD is achieving. But what is true is that for those smallholders that are so vulnerable and so poor, they really need concrete action from all of us. So it's important that we continue in our own different ways to provide that financing that farmer organizations require at the ground, at the local level, to really make a difference. And we have the press here, the media here, because we need the media to help us spread the message of how important these smallholders that sometimes seem voiceless, to really have a voice worldwide saying we need your support to adapt to climate change, and we need it now, because without it we have no way to survive. And now I would like to invite my colleague Khalida Boussar, who is the Regional Director for the NEN region, where we are located right now.
Yesterday we have been with some of you to visit a project in Morocco, and we have seen how sometimes small activities can help to transform the rural societies. We have seen like goutte à goutte, drop, je sais pas comment on dit en anglais. Drip irrigation, I should know. Drip irrigation has transformed the society. We were there where they had, it was an arid land, they were facing, drought, and the mountains, the melting, the melting snow from the mountains were stopping in summer. They would not have any irrigation. So with our system brought also with our climate change financing, we were able to grow more olives throughout the year. Then they brought new varieties, diversification of crops. This was done with the youth, with the women. So through that, not only we helped young people to settle back in their regions, not thinking about migration. Here in Morocco, for example, I can tell you that young people in Morocco are willing to migrate 5 times more than others in other regions. So there is a good incentive. Also, thanks to the support of ASAP in other countries, we have to give a voice to women through organizing them, by giving them access to finance, to new technologies. So the financing that we receive for ASAP, also from the GEF, helps us to transform the rural societies at different levels. But also one very important element is the sustainability of our activities. If we don't have this climate change, this environment dimension, whatever will happen after just a drought or a flood will vanish in vain. So I think it's very important to mention that. In this region, I'm director of the Arab region, you show love through food. And when we started this initiative, I think it was started in Morocco. Yes? Yes. Yes. And it enabled us to show concretely how with small things and through food we can convey the message more simply and more forcefully. And this is also thanks to Brian and his team. When he started, we thought it was a crazy idea. Now I can say that. I think maybe I can also thank the chefs that accompanied the process. Partnering with the Italian Michelin star master chef presenter, Chef Carlo Cracco. He was with us last year. He's not here this year, right? We cooked Somner Kako and Cambodian curry dish. to raise awareness of the impact of extreme weather events on rice paddies in Cambodia. And
briefly, for those of you who don't know Amal, and Amal, by the way, is a name in Arabic that you can name both a man and a woman. It's for the two genders, and it means hope. And our mission here is to give hope to women with difficulties. And the purpose of Amal is to grab those girls looking for a job who couldn't find a job and train them in the food industry. And among these girls are so many who come from the outskirts of Marrakesh, so the rural areas, and they come here to learn culinary arts. And when I say learn, that means they learn everything that has a relationship to restaurant and hospitality service. So from cleaning to serving to learning foreign languages so they can communicate with people that they're serving, and also to have basic coaching and communication skills. So we do train them for 6 months. They're taken care of because they don't have any income, and that's the main criterion for selecting them. And plus, you know, we look for age and we look for certain things, but mostly people who don't have any income or very low income. And once they get in, they're taken care of financially speaking for 6 months. So they don't pay transportation, food, lodging, or even uniforms. We get that for them. So we give them a platform where they can discover their skills and learn and advance. And we do internships outside the Amal, and then after that, our mission again is to find them a job, to give them that independence. Economic independence here for women is very important. So this is what we've been doing for about 3 years now in this center. Luckily, with the help of so many people and support from many people, we just opened the second center about like 2 weeks ago in Marrakesh, and we're hoping that this model will expand in other regions in Morocco and elsewhere in Africa, because there is a need, and this is a model that can be adapted to each region to consider their culinary arts and their specifics for each region.
I'm Margarita Stralaga, and I work for the International Fund for Agricultural Development.
And I'm Chris Nelia. I work also in the International Fund for Agricultural Development in communications.
What are you trying to do as a group?
We are trying to ensure that the 500 million families of smallholders in the world are able to improve their quality of life, are able to have the same opportunities and the ability to have their future in their own hands.
How do you do that?
Well, smallholders depend on the land and the fisheries, and they require to adapt to climate change. They are extremely vulnerable to climate change, and they are very poor. So our objective is to really help them be more resilient, be able to cope with the shocks, with the droughts, with the excessive salinization, with the changes in temperature, in the problems with floods. So basically what we are trying to do is make sure that they know what are the best crops or the best seasons to plant those crops.
So do you go into an area and just pick on the very first person you see and say, have you got a problem?
No, not really.
No. I mean, IFAD's been doing this for quite a while, since the 70s. So there's very, I would say, deep ties with some of our experts. They've been working in these areas. They know them quite well. So what we've been doing recently now is we have this portfolio of climate funds, public climate funds, and we're trying to use some of that climate money now to direct it to small farming systems and try and, as Margarita was alluding to, make sure that they're not undermining their natural resource base, that they're able to produce sustainably, so at the end of the day they don't rely excessively on farming inputs, or just that their livelihoods are viable and that they're not vulnerable to either outside stresses or climate shocks and stresses.
Do you ever go in there and find that the people are starving?
In some cases, yes. In Mozambique, for instance, we have this project that we started in 2012. There's serious famine during the dry season. They got hit very hard with the 2015-2016 El Nino. So what we've been trying to do, that's in southern Mozambique, they get hit hard with drought and they get hit hard with flood, different times of the year. So what we've been trying to do there is basically give them a drought-tolerant variety of cassava. It's a very popular crop that they're growing there. So they can weather that drought, and also for the livestock herders that they have more veterinary services that they can tend to their herds, so they have less mortality when those droughts come. That to give you one example where really famine is, it's a pretty dire situation without kind of outside help.
Do you believe in fertilizer?
Yes, I think many soils in the world require some type of fertilizers. But we have made a lot of progress in organic agriculture as well, and using the same fertilizers that they themselves generate is feasible. So one of the other elements in which we are working with is with the research institutions to try to make sure that the amount of fertilizers required is the right amount and is the right concentration of the different components. Because part of the problem we had is that when the smallholders don't know how much and what they need, they use everything, whatever they sell to them. So now we are working with the ICRAF Center, Research Center in Kenya, to test the soil type and match that with the kind of crop they want to plant, and then decide for that type of soil what is the ideal combination of input that you need to really rationalize the amount of inputs they are requiring. So we are making progress. In some cases, you need more than others, and it really depends a lot in the state of your soils. So we are also working on conservation agriculture, making sure that the soils are being restored and recovered. It takes time and it's not easy because there have been so many years of over-exploiting the soils with no management that it requires also patience.
They also have quite a habit of keeping the ground swept.
Exactly.
Which is, of course, very hard to stop them from doing. But I've also had to try to teach them that too.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do in conservation agriculture, because we cover the soil as much as possible with the same sort of plants they are growing, they are feeding their livestock, and then the rest is being used to cover the soil and make sure that we can keep the humidity.
Do they make their own fertilizer?
In some cases they do, in some others no, so it's also part of the process, and the advantage of working like we do with cooperatives, with small groups of organized farmers, small farmers, because then the kind of equipment they need, they can share the equipment, they can share the tasks of preparing the fertilizers, or for example in some countries they have one tractor that they share between 3 communities, so then there is no need or expectation to have one per family because it's really impossible for them to afford it.
Do you actually go into the field yourself, Margarita?
Yes. It's
yesterday, no?
Yes, yesterday. It's a great experience because it really helps you remember why you are doing what you are doing. When you really see the difference, when you talk, for example, in Uganda, when some women in one of our projects with the pig slaughterhouse, when the women were saying to me, and you know, your project has helped us reduce home violence.
What violence?
Home violence, men violence, gender violence. And I said, what does our project have why does the project has an impact on home violence? I couldn't understand the link. We are helping them to have these pigs, because in Uganda they consume a lot of pork, and we are helping them to process the pigs in the right way, in a hygienic manner, in this slaughterhouse, but also produce energy through biogas. But one of the impacts of the project is that now the women are making money, and the women have organized themselves, and then they have established a common bank, a women's bank, and each of them has to contribute every month to this bank. But they are also now paying for the school fees, for the food, and for the clothing. So men have stopped hitting them because they need them to be able to work and take care of the pigs. So our project, which is dealing with agriculture and empowering women, has not only the impact of improving their livelihoods and their way of contributing to the family economy, but also socially it has had a huge impact. And they say now they need our money because they get drunk on Fridays, and then of course they have to come very calm on Saturday to ask if we could give them some money for their cigars, or because they know we have the money. But that's why we have it in this bank, so that they cannot take the money just from us to go and spend it again drinking. So we can have better control on where our money is going to.
Isn't it terrible that it takes that to make them stop hitting them?
Well, men are really terrible, brutish creatures, and I can say that with a bit of guilt, but that might be the case.
So you wouldn't hit any woman?
Of course not, of course not.
Absolutely. You see what I'm saying? A lot of men are absolutely shocked by the idea of men who hit women.
I'll tell you what, I actually saw a project in Senegal last year. This was in Kaolack, the province of Kaolack, and IFAD had supported a women's group called Sisters United. This is a group of women who lived in this village, and they were reclaiming land that was fallow land. It was had been degraded over time because of livestock trampling over there. So they had reclaimed this land. They were growing Nyarka rice. It's a conventional rice, conventional breeding of seeds. So it's a short. It's harvest quickly within 60 days, and they can harvest this rice. And so they had totally taken over this land from the village elders, who were men. And at first, they gave over. They thought this land was worthless. Then the village elders started to see how they were able to produce, and they were doing quite well with it. And then it became a bit of a polemic. How are we gonna? Maybe we should start managing this ourselves. You guys are being quite successful. So in the end, the women were able to. They retained that land, and they're doing very well. But you could see that dynamic kind of come into play. That the elders are all men, and there is that dynamic in society.
What a crazy situation we're in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to say to the world out there?
Well, that when we invest in women, we are investing in the future, because women have as a priority their children, and when they have savings, they invest them in education for the future. So we need to make an effort to ensure that women have better opportunities, have better access to land and to financing, because in some countries they have no right to own the land, even if they work the land, and they have no access to the financial system, to the banks or to the credit. So we really have to make an effort to help all these women around the world that want a better life for all the young generations.
Chris?
Yeah, I would echo on that. I think that you'll never achieve social justice, real social justice, if you're marginalizing 50% of the population. In some cases, women represent more than 50% of the agricultural labor. So I think that's absolutely key, no matter what you're talking about. If you're talking about, trying to make the farming more sustainable, if you're trying to make it more economically productive, you need to be involving women. That's for sure. Beyond that, IFAD's been moving in the last 5 years or so towards really climate resilient outlook. We can't do development responsibly anywhere without really considering what are going to be the future climate trends, because you just don't know. You don't want that money you invest today to be wasted by what we're seeing changing climatic trends in the future.
My name is Hassan Ladlouni, General Manager of MS Center in Marrakesh. And what we do in the center is we find jobs for ladies with difficulties. So we have a training program that lasts for about 6 months, and after the 6 months we find them internships, and later on work. The idea is to make them independent. The way we do it is we train them in the culinary arts, so how to cook and how to serve in a restaurant environment, and the training covers many stations of the kitchen, so they need to know basically a bit of everything in the kitchen to have a multifaceted training and be able to integrate any kind of kitchen, be it in a hotel or a riad or restaurant. So far we've had 118 ladies go through our program. 93% of the women who finished the training got a job afterwards. So we're very proud of what we do, and we're looking forward to keep working and helping women and giving them a platform where they can explore their own inner selves and develop their personalities and go forward.
Wow, that's a wonderful thing that you're doing.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you produce this wonderful meal today, your establishment?
Sorry?
This was your establishment that did this wonderful meal we had last night.
And I'm not I'm general manager. The idea comes from our president, Nora Fitzgerald, and she's American, Moroccan, double nationalities, and she's the one actually who started the idea, and she's still our founding president, and we're just like a team working behind her to keep this whole operation working.
Is that her?
That's her mom who made that one. Yeah. Her mom loves painting, so.
If everybody wasn't waiting, it would take longer, because it's actually a very nice place, and I'd like to hear more.
Everyone has to go, I think.
I think so.
Have about a few minutes each to give overview statements, and then we will open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Naoyuki Yamagishi from WFH Japan. I'm going to talk about the importance of the so-called facilitative dialogue in 2018. Let me start from the slightly big picture. We all know that the Paris Agreement is provides a good framework, but the NDCs are not really great. I mean, ambition in the NDCs are not really great at this moment, and we need to fix that. So the Paris Agreement prepared a good framework for this, which is the 5-year cycle of improvement, and the first of that opportunity comes in 2018, and that is called the facilitative dialogue, where parties are supposed to take stock of the collective progress towards the long-term target expressed in the Paris Agreement, and that information should inform the next preparation of the NDCs, which has to happen between 2019 and 2020. So we need to have a good 2018 facilitative dialogue. The problem is COP22 here hasn't been discussed this issue so far, because it doesn't have any official agenda item on that at this moment. So we need to have this conversation, because the paragraph in the COP21 decision from last year only has, on this particular issue, only has one paragraph. And one paragraph is not enough to have a meaningful dialogue. We have a risk of having just another talk shop in 2018. And if we cannot have anything more than that, that's going to be a failure. So we need to make sure before getting into the 2018, we're going to have a meaningful discussion about how this 2018 facilitative dialogue should be done. And for that purpose, this COP is also important. And we have seen, there are two good signs about it. One is that some small island states have been proposing to have a conversation on this issue at this COP. So that's one good sign. And also, I think some of you have seen it, but the presidency proposal about the possible COP and the CMP1 decision includes actually one line which talks about the facilitative dialogue in 2018. So there are some conversation going on about this facilitative dialogue. So we we expect that the serious conversation is going to happen next week when ministers are coming. And we expect at least have a decision from here to call for inputs on how this 2018 dialogue should be done by the next year. So that's the kind of expectation we have. But let me stress again, this is a very important issue which hasn't been discussed seriously so far. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Naoki. Now we'll hear from Teresa.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. So ActionAid is just launching a report right now. Many of you should be receiving it in your inboxes, hopefully soon, within the next few minutes. The report is called Hotter Planet Humanitarian Crisis. We're bringing it to attention here in the COP because it's actually really quite shocking that in the year immediately following the huge fanfare of the Paris Agreement, the world has basically been largely silent about one of the biggest ever global climate emergencies. It's been such a contrast between the Paris celebrations and the ignoring of this actual climate crisis. 2016 has been an incredibly surreal year for climate change. You know, we've just passed 400 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere. We've had what will almost definitely be the hottest year ever, because September was the hottest September ever. For 17 months in a row, each month has set record as the hottest month ever. August was the hottest ever month. And that was actually 0.17 degrees hotter than the previous hottest ever August, which was in 2014. So we can see this incredibly fast escalation of temperature and heat happening all over the world, and it's having consequences. And we need to recognize that climate change is having impacts, and we need to address it here in the COP. This was also the strongest El Nino event ever, or one of them, like top tide place. And we think that this may be the largest drought ever since records began. We've come to that conclusion because 2015 had 30% of the planet under drought conditions. And it looks like and that was just below the highest ever drought area. And it looks likely that 2016 will be larger. But the actual data, I have to say, the actual data will not be confirmed until mid-2017. But we think all the indications are there to say this may be the largest drought ever. And we've had 400, we actually put together all the numbers of people affected by drought in the 2015-16 El Nino crisis, and we've come to the conclusion that more than 400 million people have been affected by drought. If you could show the map, please. So there you get a sense of what's really been going on the planet and just how shocking it is actually that it's been ignored. Sorry that the font is a bit small, but you can see it later in the report in more detail. But to unpack that a little bit, I mean, the statistics from this year are really quite insane. Southern Africa has experienced its worst drought for 30 years, Ethiopia for 50 years, Brazil, worst drought for 80 years, Vietnam, worst drought for 100 years. More than 24 countries have been affected by drought, covering 30, and they think that, at least 30% of the planet has been impacted. Many countries have declared national emergencies. We've had the hottest temperatures ever recorded in the Maldives, in Cambodia, in Thailand. In India, in Rajasthan, they had 51 degrees centigrade, which was, insane. Kuwait had 54 degrees temperature, so everyone is breaking records in hottest temperatures. And the impacts, thanks, that's fine for the map, you can shut it now. The impacts of all of this is absolutely devastating. So as we've heard, 400 million people around the world have been affected by drought. And what this means is that their crops are being devastated, their crop yields, are being devastated. People are incredibly hungry, and they're resorting to all sorts of negative coping mechanisms in order to cope with their hunger. We've heard stories about people just resorting to, their crops have failed, so what are they going to eat? In many cases, Like in Zimbabwe, we hear about people just living off bananas for long periods of time. In some cases, people just eating leaves because, just to fill their stomachs and stave off their hunger. Food price rises, of course. Water, people are incredibly thirsty. And also the lack of water means they have health and sanitary issues. People are going deeper into debt. In India, we've heard that the rate of farmer suicides has escalated in the face of this huge drought. And women have been particularly affected. So they're the ones really exhibiting very negative coping mechanisms. So skipping meals to feed their family. In many cases, we hear about women walking several hours every day in the hot sun with no water in order to go fetch poor quality water for the rest of the family. And if they don't find it, they have to come back and try again, go several days trying to find water. To bring back and carry it back under hot sun. Girls are dropping out of school because the family either don't have the means to pay for the schooling because they've lost their income, or because they need the girls to go walk and carry water. Child marriages are on the rise, we hear, and in several countries we heard that women are resorting to sex work in order to feed their families. So you may have heard that El Nino is over. Well, the El Nino crisis is not over, because even though the phenomenon may have come to an end mid this year in June, the impacts are still being felt and may continue to be felt up until June or July in some countries in 2017. And that's because, of course, the time it takes between the rain finally coming and the time it takes for the crops to grow. So particularly southern Africa and parts of Eastern Africa, particularly impacted. Up to 60 million people still need food aid for the next few months. So there's actually a $3.1 billion humanitarian gap to fill somehow to keep people fed for the next few months. So the role of climate change in all of this, people have been largely ignoring this because El Nino is, known to be a natural cyclical weather phenomenon. So people assume it's a natural event and nothing to do with them. But it's clear, actually, scientists have been looking at it and they've come to the conclusion that actually the effects have really been ramped up by climate change. The World Meteorological Organization has been made very clear that the high temperatures here may have been increased by El Nino, but the underlying cause is absolutely climate change. NASA's Goddard Institute said that 2015 would have been the hottest year ever, even without El Nino. And the UN OCHA, Organization for Coordination of Humanitarian Action, says that climate change has intensified the impacts of El Nino. Other scientists have looked at all the models and come to the conclusion that El Nino climate change is causing El Ninos to happen more frequently. So big El Ninos, big events like this to happen more frequently. And in general, this is uncharted territory, the interaction between climate change and El Nino, but it seems to be playing out very clearly this year. So the lessons that we have to learn from this crisis is that, and to bring it back partly to this COP and the relevance, is that this shows incredibly starkly the need for investment in resilience. You can understand why developing countries are really in all the different negotiation tracks are pleading for support for adaptation, because how are they supposed to cope with crises like these without that? We also need to really scale up investment and practice in early action, because if countries recognize and call the alert on a crisis like this, and if donor countries provide finance, early action can really make a difference in reducing the impact of a crisis before it gets out of control. This crisis has actually exposed a huge gap between the climate and the humanitarian worlds as well, because the climate world has really not talked about this global climate crisis that's been taking place, and the humanitarian world didn't really talk about how climate change was causing it. So clearly there's a gulf that we need to start addressing to bring the reality of climate change home to everybody who's acting in this. And we really need to have a climate justice lens on how to respond to a humanitarian crisis like this, because all countries have a moral obligation to support humanitarian, to put forward funding to meet this like 3.1 billion gap that we currently have to cope with the current crisis. But we really need countries that, to recognize their historical responsibility for causing climate change, and to, for that to reinforce their moral obligation for supporting impacted countries in crises like this. So I'll just finish by saying that we need to all remember that the current crisis is not over. We still have, billions of dollars that we need to find, and we plead countries to please put that money forward, because, this crisis is a disaster and we still need to find ways to cope with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Naoki and Teresa. So we can open for questions now. I'd like you just to remind you to identify your name and your organization and stand up because of the live stream recording. Thank you.
My name's Judy Saul. I'm from Mother Channel Television and Cape Town TV. I'm always amazed at the fact that no matter how desperately bad things get, that we always still boil it down to money, when meanwhile we know that the money is basically the plaything of those who've caused the problem in the first place and raped our seas and forests in order to make it. So the hope of trying to end this by only getting money seems to be a bit of a daft solution. In the end, money is a result of human activity. And I think that maybe shouldn't we start to think of just using our human activities in the correct direction to try and address this, even without the money?
Teresa, would you like to take that question?
Basically what you're saying is the love of money is the root of all evil. I think that it's an interesting principle, but in practice, if you are a community, if you're a family in Zimbabwe desperately needing to eat, and there is so little food available, and the food that is there is incredibly expensive, and you're not the one that caused the problem, then this is what humanitarian agencies are for, to deliver food from parts of the planet that have them and try to make sure that people can eat when they need to. And money, I'm afraid, is necessary for that. And we can't really avoid that. And I don't believe that we can ignore the money issue in these climate negotiations, because we have huge parts of the planet that have done very little to cause the problem of climate change and yet are being impacted most by its effects, and are also expected to solve the problem. And yet they're not the ones that cause the problem in the first place. So it should be the ones that have caused the problem in the first place that should use the financial benefits that they've reaped from all those years of industrialization in order to cope with the impacts that aren't necessarily on their own doorstep, but they need to recognize their responsibility to share some of those gains to those parts of the world that are impacted.
We have a question here, the gentleman in front.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Michael Igo with DevX. Going back to the money issue, sorry. It seems like a lot of the discussion of adaptation finance in general is still sort of a discussion of hypothetical funding needs, and you're here sort of presenting very real current impacts. Are the things that are happening today in terms of drought, climate change impacts, the things that people are facing in the countries that you highlighted on your map, are those realities factoring into the discussions about how to structure adaptation finance today, or is it still sort of a general abstract conversation? Thanks.
That's a good question. I would say yes, they are happening at national level. Like countries that are vulnerable to climate change are all developing their national adaptation plans. Many countries put forward adaptation planning in their INDCs before Paris. And so countries themselves are getting increasingly aware of A, how they're impacted, and B, what they have to do. And so working to improve the resilience of crop production, develop early warning systems, these kinds of mechanisms are part of this national adaptation planning process, which is ongoing and does need to be strengthened. But that's why finance needs to be a part of that in order to operationalize those national adaptation plans. So I would say that the reason why it comes up to money in this space is because that's where the money part gets decided, but the actual practical adaptation pieces get discussed more at national level.
We have a question there.
Thank you. I have a question about the facilitative dialogue. Marlo Hood with Agence France Presse. First, just to confirm that this is essentially a stock taking by another name. And if you could elaborate a little bit on what you said earlier, what needs to happen here in Marrakesh for that to be successful? And exactly what's at stake? How important is this?
Okay. So let me answer the last question first, because that leads to the first one. So I guess, as I said, the NDC, mitigation targets and other targets expressed in the NDCs are not enough. That's everybody knows, right? And the beauty of Paris, one of the beauties of the Paris Agreement has its own self-improvement system of the 5-year cycle, right? So we need to make that cycle function. And the first opportunity of this 5-year cycle is the 2018 facilitative dialogues. So if we fail that, then it means that the Paris Agreement is not properly working. Because it's not going to close the gap we know at this moment. So that's the relevance of this facilitative dialogue. But on my, our concern here right now is that we do not have a, specific cities of the facilitative dialogue, like who is going to be present. What kind of form is it going to take, like a workshop or in series of events or technical? What kind of inputs we need, like what kind of scientist inputs have to be made beforehand? That all of these things are not defined yet, and we do not have we haven't had a discussion about it yet. So that's the issue you thought important at this moment, and then. At this COP22, it is a bit difficult to have a substantive discussion at this moment, but at least we can call for inputs from parties and of course observers like us, how it should be done in 2018. And the next year, we're going to have a substantive discussion about it. So that's the sort of stepwise approach for making it happen. But so far, we haven't have that decision yet, draft decision yet. So we need to have that kind of stuff at the end of this COP. So that's the issue, I think.
Do you see some parties here dragging their feet, as it were, on the facilitative dialogue? And does the election of Donald Trump complicate that process?
We have, as I said, some small island states are actually proposing to have this kind of discussion. On the other hand, we've been hearing some concerns from some developed countries and some developing countries alike that if we turn this whole discussion into some formal negotiation process, that's going to be another political stalemate. So. We understand this concern, but at the same time, there's no way around it, because we have to, in order to have good modalities for this facilitated dialogue, at some point we have to have a formal discussion, right? Maybe not today, not in this COP, but next COP we probably have to have that kind of discussion, and that's important. And then on the Trump, President, elect Trump issue, I guess there's going to be some influence on it. But one of the key things we are trying to do in this process is to capture the good tendencies happening outside the official targets, like enhanced renewable targets or cities action, or more than 200. Almost 200 companies are pledging to have a targets consistent with 2-degree targets. That kind of outside movement, how we can capture that the positive movements happening outside of the official targets to be reflected in the official targets in the 2019 to 2020. So that's the kind of issue we are talking about. Thank you.
There's a question there at the back. Yeah.
She also had her hand up.
Hi, I'm Laurie Gehring from the Thomson Reuters Foundation. We've been hearing a little bit now with Trump about the potential problems in finance. They haven't stumped up the money for the GCF yet, and there's still plenty of money to be paid there, and so there may be some more shortfalls. How do you see that playing out for adaptation? Adaptation's already getting quite a small share of the money that's out there. If there's even less, how big a risk is that?
Well, yeah, it's a significant risk for adaptation if there is no finance available. Just to make clear that in a year when you've had the hottest year ever, and 400 million people affected, there is just no space for climate denialism anymore. No country lives in a bubble. And it's clear that that rich countries, including the United States, is having impacts way beyond their own borders, and so the whole world has to recognize. The whole world needs to recognize this and remind everyone of their impact beyond their own borders. And this is why finance is such a key piece. And the discussions going ahead need to keep reminding that because of the adaptation piece very much.
Question.
I'm Marilyn Gerstenschlager from USA Radio. I'd like for clarification. In Doha in 2012, at a press briefing, someone asked then Executive Secretary Christiana Figueres why the process of creating the Kyoto Protocol was taking so much time. And her answer was that in not what was happening just in Doha, but what was happening in the entire climate change process was going to take time. And she said, and I quote, "What is happening in Doha is a complete transformation of the economic structure of the world," unquote. So I ask you, is when you're asking for the industrialized nations to give money to the suffering nations, would that be an example of what I would call the redistribution of wealth as a complete transformation of the economic structure of the world?
Do you want to take? Yeah, do you want to try that?
No.
Okay. I would say that should be a redistribution approach should be part of the economic transformation of the world, and I think that more needs to be done in the economic transformation of the world in order to really address the climate problems that we face, because we know it's the economic system that we're in that has caused a lot of the problem of climate change in the first place.
We have time for one question. I'll take it from the...
Hello, Susanne Götze from Germany, Klimaretta. Teresa, I want to know, in terms of adaptation, what exactly do you want, money which will be spent from the industrial nations to the south? How much, and what do you think there will be a result here in Marrakesh about this question?
First of all, I should say that my colleague Harjeet Singh, Harjeet, would you stand and wave? He can also answer detailed questions about adaptation and related to that. But I will also try. I mean, we really believe that with the discussion at the moment about the $100 billion and how to mobilize that is really, really key to this. And our position is that 50% of that should be going towards adaptation. We're also really aware that the roadmap that developed countries have put forward on the amount of finance that they have contributed so far, we don't agree with the methodology that has been used to collate those figures. We think that there's been some creative accounting in order to get to the figures that they've shown, and adaptation is certainly not as well reflected in the funding as they claim it is. So that there are big issues to unpack and address. The Standing Committee on Finance, in fact, has acknowledged that there are challenges with the methodology of counting the amount of money put together, in particular, and also the amount of money put towards adaptation. And so that seems to be an interesting conversation to follow in this regard. Yeah.
So we're at the end of our time, but our speakers will be available outside for a few minutes to take any more questions. Thank you all for joining, and see you again tomorrow.
Holding its press conference here starting in just a few minutes, so people could get seated and prepared for the next major emission from the Climate Action Tracker. Thank you, everyone. I think we'll get going. We have just half an hour, a little bit less now, so I'd like to respect the time here. My name is Bill Hare. I'm the Director of Climate Analytics, Senior Scientist at Climate Analytics from the Climate Action Tracker. The Climate Action Tracker is
in essence, your message that you got, those two messages that you got on that Friday, which you felt rather shocked about.
Yes.
And then we discussed them, and you filmed that, and so you have got that discussion going on from that.
Yeah.
And since then, of course, I have, these things go into your mind. I kind of try to get to something a bit more conclusive, and maybe provide a broader answer to what your shock was. And then there've been subsequent things happen very rapidly, which to me has kind of caused, synchronicity would be the word to use, but there is a synchronicity that's happening in so many different spheres. And I said to Jen the other day, we had breakfast, if you had to lay out a table, like a chess pieces, and you had to move these pieces around, there's to me an apparent gathering of the pieces in one direction that are building up against the pieces in the other direction. And that sounds kind of really like an oxymoron.
This is what's happening.
And more, and I think it needs to, I'm articulating because it may be needed for us to figure out where we want to go towards in respect of these pieces that are moving. Now let us look at the pieces, for instance, in terms of the main calendar. Yeah. Agriculture will start again, and the grass would grow, and the plants would grow, and the crops would grow. We'd get past the drought. And And then we've been talking about climate change and talking about climate change and talking about climate change in every possible avenue you can think of. But now we are actually living the climate change. So he said we are now actually living the long drought. And then if you flip through the news, you'll see that in India at the moment, the temperatures have gone to 50. In the last few days. They were in the 45s, they've now gone to 50. And huge areas of India are affected. Then you flip through and there's 140 people lost in a mudslide from deluge. There's been 140 odd millimeters of rain in 24 hours in Switzerland.
Switzerland?
In Switzerland.
And that's where the mudslide was?
No, yes, there were mudslides there, but I mean, have you ever heard of 140 millimeters in 24 hours in Switzerland?
No.
So there are major events happening around the world, which is what climate change has been saying, that the weather events are going to be very extreme, very, very concentrated, and we are actually living that. And he was saying that we're in for the long drought. So they said, well, how do you think this is going to be managed? He said, well, it's not going to be managed by the governments or the countries of this world. They talk. They're living in a fool's paradise. They are earning huge salaries. They go to the conferences. Probably 99% is for the trip and the rah. But in actual fact, they get into their luxury and they disappear. They are totally and utterly out of contact.
It was largely controlled by the big boys.
Well, the whole scenario.
Yeah.
So he was saying that in his estimation, we need to go back again, almost to be like hunter-gatherers. We individually have got to go to that, and we've got to change. He said, we have to stop getting our meals at the end of a 12,000 kilometer flight. He says, that's got to stop. It just can't continue. Our food sources have got to be brought, we've got to live to make our food sources nearer to where we are. He said, there's got to be a fundamental change in the way agriculture is done. He said, we have to start to manage what he called the long drought, because it's not going to be over next week or next year or 2 years' time. It's not going to go over. It's here until such time as the palliative efforts, if they ever come to fruition, of handling the methane, such as your professor that you interviewed in England, about the methane escaping in massive quantities in the tundra. And all these major events that are happening. But he said, basically we need to hunker down in a way, and he said there are the people that are just going to not make it. They're simply not going to make it. And then it swings to superbugs. Last night there was a whole thing on superbugs. And the estimation by this professor in England was that people will be dying at the rate of 1 every 2 seconds. Right? And then,
why will it? Because the superbugs will be particularly
because of we have become so antibiotic resistant, and because a lot of those antibiotics are put into our food, into our chicken, into our beef. Now, Jen, who started her nursing 40 years ago, said when they were lecturing already that we've got to cut down antibiotics, but nothing's been done about it. And now it's coming to a head, and all these things are building to major issues. And there was a picture of a young girl of 13, 14 in Birmingham Hospital, Children's Hospital. She had an ordinary infection. They had to use 3 antibiotics together just to overcome the ordinary infection. So it's not going to happen up at the upper levels. It's just not going to happen in time. And there are going to be vast amounts of losses from famine. I mean, there are 5 million children that are on starvation point right now. 5 million.
See,
then you've got malaria killing off goodness knows how many. And then Attenborough was his birthday last week, on the 5th rather, and I saw a 1-hour documentary. In his 66 years, the population in the world has gone from 2.5 billion to 7 billion in 66 years. And he put the birth rate at 1 baby every 2 seconds in the world is born. So the numbers are absolutely staggering. And big farming, big companies, just linking up now with Monsanto, being tried to be bought out by Bayers, is just creating enormous power structures which are basically the man in the street is going to have precious little chance of being able to fend against.
Okay, I want to bring up sort of like another whole aspect of this. This is the results that's happening right here, and these are the actual news from the front
Yes.
of all these things that are happening. But another thing that is happening that really worries me is that the impact of governments and their abuse of us, basically.
Yeah.
And I think that we're more and more coming to the situation where we're beginning to realize that the governments are not our friends.
No.
Our governments are actually working for the big companies.
And for their own pockets.
And if you have a look, I just read another article the other day from Noseweek, and they said that the governments that have, food day came and went,
yeah.
and leaving everybody either as obese as they were or as malnourished as they had been the way before. And they had this new alliance that they had put in place to try and, the idea was, supposedly, was the people who were trying to put together some way of helping the small farmer, because the small farmer used to be responsible for 80% of all their food.
Yeah.
However, what's actually happened is that they've used this alliance to persuade the governments to part with 80% of the land to big business, and the people who are the big alliance are Monsanto, not Bayer, but it's some of these big
at the moment,
Norwegian grain firms, seed firms, and big fertilizer firms from the rest of the world. I haven't got the name here right now, but I did do an article about it.
Yeah.
And the thing is that they've managed to, for example, get 22%, they managed to go to Malawi and so persuade the government there that out of the something like 280,000 hectares that they made available for now opening up for agriculture, only 22% was for the small farmer, the rest is for the big boys, and it's not for food, it's for growing cash crops for them.
Yes.
And as they've done that in Burkina Faso, and they're doing it all over, and the thing is that the governments are just playing along. Look at our country. We are, our own water department in 2012 said that we were going to be running completely out of water by 2020, which means far in excess.
Peak water.
Our water would be far less than we needed.
Yeah.
2016 they said it would be critical, which is indeed what's happening at this moment in time. I was really worried when we got such a little rain yesterday because we just got puddles. But our governments are now going to want to fire our finance minister because he won't approve a nuclear power station. The same as Neni wouldn't approve. The previous one was fired for not approving a nuclear power station, which are both of them not only highly toxic, but they're also huge users of water, which we're not going to have. So out of water, out of power is going to mean out of power. So, and there's not a single thing, I haven't heard a peep of any action that's been taken about the fact of how serious our water situation is going to be.
Well,
our pipes are leaking 60% of our water. It just leaks.
Have you picked up what's happened while we're talking about power stations? For the big coal-fired power station, which one unit has come on stream now in Limpopo, they have put down at 180 million a long pipeline to suck water from the river, and that river can't supply. And they've now tried to be negotiating with farmers for the farmers to relinquish some of the water for the power station. This power station is going to consume a gargantuan amount. They talk about billions of litres a year, but it's not sufficient water left over for the farmers that have been there all the years to grow their crops, to feed the people that are in Johannesburg, or whatever the case may be. And so no diligent long-term forward planning has been done before they dug the foundations for that power station, let alone that it's coal-fired and all the nastiness you can imagine from that point of view. But the sheer lack of water for it is now going to end up in the situation where there's going to be a desert created around that power station because the farmers will not be able to farm. We haven't even come to the nuclear power stations yet. We're just talking about the current ones that they put in. But 2 nights ago, there was a documentary by an activist in Iran where their seed banks for hundreds of years, the farmers exchanged seeds and everything was fine. And they grew the seeds for the corn and for the wheat and stuff like, which was suitable for their diet. Then along came big business and took away the seed business from them, of which I think Syngenta or Monsanto are part of that lot. And they said, no, you're now going to have to buy your seeds from us. And as the young lady said, these are terminator seeds. In other words, they only grow for that season. You can't use them again. They just don't germinate. So now they brought in seeds, which they have got to use. Whereas before they had, I think, 22 varieties of wheat. They're now down to 6 varieties of wheat, of which 3 of them is for making pasta. The Iranians don't eat pasta. So not only are the seed people doing this, what they're then saying to the people in the country, well, that's your seed, but you've got to buy from us. And the varieties as such are not actually going to create a product which is their diet.
And look at the
And that's in
alliance,
Iran.
that alliance that I was talking about that's working in Africa to allegedly help the small farmer. They have now managed to get the governments of each country, well, except from South Africa so far, to make it illegal to harvest your own seed,
Yes.
even if you have got
That's
that
happening across the
Yes.
world.
So, I mean, basically what they're trying to do, in my opinion, some group is trying to get control of all the food supplies of the world, and whether they then intend to use it to cut out food for majority of people, whether they hardly need to do that, because with the droughts that are coming, as you mentioned, it might be anyway going to happen.
Well, now that begs the question, in my mind, that I've been tussling with in the last little while, is that
what are we going to do about it?
the question really is this going to, in fact, reduce the world's population to a livable point? In other words, a sustainable point? Coming back again to the talk of the long drought, where people are going to have to fend for themselves and are going to have to change their method of farming and so on and so forth, which will support and sustain a certain population level, and the population beyond that, which are basically living in ignorance of what's happening around them, are just going to slowly but surely die out.
Yeah.
Now you look at the issues of the Bill Gates Foundation, what they've been doing, the vaccination issue. You look at the issue with
What do
fluoride
you
in
mean
the
the
water.
vaccination issue? Just mention it to the viewers.
Well, the vaccination issue now, they are pointing out that unless you are vaccinated, your child is vaccinated to all the certain number of vaccinations in America, you cannot have your child go to a school. You cannot have them play. You can't be a teacher or a child working within children unless you have had the vaccinations. And if you haven't had them, there's a big fine. Now, they have shown that the actual number of vaccinations I can't imagine, it's something like 40 vaccinations. But there have been cases where they've been pumping the vaccinations, bang, 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 one to another, and the patient has ended up dying. Because you've got to space out those vaccinations. And anyway, those vaccinations are now being proved to be poisonous. So,
and Alzheimer's.
And creating all sorts of downstream problems.
Yeah.
And this is being funded, and I think Bill Gates there shows him with the vaccination, with the hypodermic syringes, stuff like that. So these foundations that are doing this in the so-called to the good of mankind, well, as crude as it may seem, they might well be doing it to the good of mankind.
Right,
in
because
the long term, because they're going to cut the population down. So
I would say,
so it's this dichotomy at the moment that we are tussling with, and where does one move towards to try and fit within that stream, so that you can gather around the people that are going to make it out the other end, is what I'm basically saying here. Does one try and tackle the big boys? Because I don't think you can.
You have to. The only way you can tackle the big boys is to stop using money.
Well, that comes to the
because
bottom
money
line.
is their
Yes,
power.
Yes, the
so
money
if
is
we
their
stop
power.
using money, and we just do it for the love of each other, of mankind.
Yes.
We do the same things.
Yes.
Except for the damaging industries.
Yes, I mean I don't believe you've got to just throw in a towel and say,
No.
well, they must get on with it.
Yeah.
The point is that you have to. There has got to be a many pronged issue here. One is that you then change and start to teach and start to create a living kind of environment, which doesn't depend on food coming down 12,000 kilometers on an airplane, or the case may be, the food is grown locally. You get farmers to start to do that and create a whole movement along those lines, which will then mean that you come out of the control or the clutches of those big companies. And the more people that come out of their clutches, the more they will become disempowered.
Yeah.
But right now, there's no doubt that there's a massive gathering of power going on. I mean, you look at the amalgamations, as now the latest one is with Bayer and Monsanto has been proposed. Dow Chemicals, I think, bought out Syngenta. So they are running into, I think the value would be about $140 billion, the value of those two companies put together. And now we have a president-elect, a candidate, who is an absolute and utter Monsanto salesperson. So if that happens and becomes president, it will
You're talking about Clinton.
It'll just reinforce
Okay.
Monsanto and Bayer, as of course, that into the whole system. So you get this ludicrous situation where if someone complains, as you were saying earlier, they shows them, look, there's this problem, that they get fined, or they get hit with a lawsuit for defamation or the case. I mean, yet the proof is right there. It's happening. So I know that there are a number of states that are preparing lawsuits now against the US government for them having signed on the protocol. And that is Bicol, apparently, that are busy preparing lawsuits about that. So Bicol in America.
They're trying to go against the government for what?
Yes, because of them signing the protocol, having signed the protocol in Paris. Yes, so you have this power struggle within the power struggle.
Yeah.
So you have like company A, who's a coal supplier, now suing the government because the government signed that they would reduce over a period of time emissions from coal-fired power station. So there's a huge tussling that's going to happen right up at that level, which leaves the man in the street completely out of the picture. But in the meanwhile, we're being fed with all the gunk. I mean, I bought some coffee the other day, and it said I had a choice to take sweetened or unsweetened, like a cappuccino mix. I thought, well, I don't have sugar in my coffee, I'll take the unsweetened. So I buy the unsweetened one, and I stupidly didn't look at the actual ingredients. Got home, and Jen made some coffee for me, and she said, oh, by the way, that what you bought, it got sweetened. And I said, no, it says unsweetened on the packet. Unsweetened. She said, read the instruction. The instruction says corn syrup. So much corn syrup. And then if you look at the table, it tells you how many teaspoons of sugar equivalent for your 125 grams that you're having. So the lie is on the packet in big letters, unsweetened, and then next to it is a packet that says sweetened. So you say, well, I'll take the unsweetened one, thinking that you are safe from the sugar. And meanwhile, it's got sugar in it in terms of corn syrup. And corn syrup is being pumped out everywhere. It's pumped out. You can't buy a biscuit today because it doesn't have soy in it. It's almost impossible. So this has percolated right down into our everyday products, and brand match this and brand that and brand branding. It's a total and utter onslaught onto our food chain. So one has got to make, even one of the projects would make people aware what those E numbers are. Do you
And
know
you see,
what
of
all the
course,
E numbers are?
if people are trying to do something which is providing natural alternatives,
Yes.
they're now utilizing the governments again to go against the natural health people in South Africa, because they're trying to say that the natural health products have got to go through the same rigorous alleged testing. But the problem is, the things that have been through the testing are the things that are making everybody sick. And effectively, most of the natural health products are basically food. And it's just that they choose the correct foods. And so therefore they have amalgamations of the correct foods for whatever it is that the condition is. So at what point does something stop being a food, and which is good for you, and start becoming an alleged natural health product that needs to be tested? But the governments are going with it. And it's very difficult to stop.
Oh no, there's so much graft and there's so much backhanders and whatnot in that I spent 25 years of actually going to meetings with our city council about the way they treated the environment around where I live. And eventually, after 25 years, I said, that's it. I proposed things like allotments. I proposed things and nothing. I said, and today the sewage is just. They're pouring more and more into the groundwater in our area, and it's just nowhere. And I went through 3 different sets of councils. There was the original divisional council, city council. Then it was the six-party council, and then it was the metro as we have it now. And everywhere it's just stonewall and stonewall and stonewall and stonewall. So I decided, well, that's fine. I'm off the grid. I don't need to use the sewage. I've got my own septic tank. So basically, I'm saying is we need to start thinking about getting off the grid.
During the last 2 weeks, some reports have come in that have, for an environmentalist, which like we both are, have been extremely alarming, because most of us realize that if you that there has become a time when the methane feedback loop from the tundra melting would start, and when that started, to actually undo the effect of it was going to be extremely difficult. So we are very worried, because during the course of the last, until the year 2015, the average global temperature, which is different from the temperature per area, but on the average, the global temperature had risen by 0.8 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. And during the last 1 year, so it took 135 years to get to the year 2015 and become 0.8 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. Now it's taken 1 year to get to another 0.4 approximately higher, and in fact this last month was 1.28 degrees centigrade, and this against having had a world conference on climate change in Paris in 2015 that was saying we cannot afford to go above 1.5 degrees centigrade. So we are virtually almost there right now with just this 1 month, but the global average is also considerably higher, and as Roger spoke about earlier, the price that it's going up. Despite all the comments, all the decisions that are made at the climate change conferences of people reducing emissions, one of the other people that I interviewed said that although they put $3 billion towards renewables and introduction of renewables, and despite the fact that the governments have made a commitment to reduce their dependency on fossil fuels, 4 times as much as was put into the renewables was put into research for more fossil fuels. Yeah. So basically, it's lip service that they're paying. We are looking at a situation together with this and together with the
that's
what Roger's been telling us, that the governments of the world are not working on behalf of the general people. And I think, Roger, that it's looking to me remarkably like that there actually has become either they don't understand, they're a whole lot of fools, like you mentioned, could be the case, but because quite often democracy does bring that about, that the governments become the playthings of course it's not, in democracy, which is a problem political system in a way, because you don't get the best product, you get the best advertised product, and the best advertised product is going to come about from who gets the most money thrown at it. Yeah. So, and as well as that, if you throw enough money at a certain of the country's systems, you can rig the vote as well. So basically, we're looking at a situation where the governments of the world have become the tools or the puppets of these major corporations who are running all the resources, are trying to gain control of all the food resources and all the things that could make us independent. Our water, they're trying to contaminate it and get control of it. Nestle has been buying huge amounts of underground water supplies in California. And basically, it's not only the water resources, it's the seed, which is the source of life. And we are looking at a situation now where if we don't do something to break free of this control, I think that this particular group of people who are running the governments of this world, it looks to me like they have decided, let's reduce the populations by vaccinations, by control of seeds, by poisoning the water, by creating temperature.
And all your chemtrails?
Chemtrails, by basically creating a situation where there's not really easy for humans to live. And at that point, when the whole situation starts to reverse, there'll just be a small number of people left. But I think in actual fact that is, although you say, in a way you could say it's working on behalf of mankind, it's not working on behalf of most of the animals. As you can see, in the sea, the latest report that came out, it's a second very, very worrying point that we at the moment are wrestling with, is that the sea is warming to such an extent because the sea is absorbing the majority of the extra heat, and it's absorbing a lot of the extra carbon dioxide. So because of the extra heat, the sea is becoming warmer, and over the temperature of 24 degrees centigrade in many parts of the sea. And of course that is a temperature above which photosynthesis in the sea becomes very difficult. So the phytoplankton are struggling. And this in turn is actually affecting the reduction in the amount of photosynthesis that's taking place in the sea, and a lessening of the amount of dissolved oxygen. So the actual amount of oxygen in the sea is going down at such a speed that they maintain that if they do not do something about this, and they don't really have much that you can do about it except cooling the sea, you will in actual fact have virtually no oxygen-breathing organisms left in the sea after the year 2030. In most of the areas, and of course this combined with a huge number of black holes from the 80% of all chemicals, toiletries, household products, detergents that you use, which are ending up in the sea and creating these large dead zones which are growing so
I think
fast.
there was 6 and they're now 22. I think they've had.
No, they're over 400.
Over 400.
In 2007, at COP17, which was about 3 years ago, they told me that they had grown. I interviewed Mrs. Gandhi, who's the ex-environmental minister of India, and her experts had reported to her that the number of black holes had grown from 6 to over 400 in
So
in
those
8
are
years.
basically deserts.
They're deserts in the sea. They're basically areas where there's so much chemicals that there's nothing living that can be there, and therefore not even the phytoplankton can live, so there's no oxygen in the sea. A fish cannot swim into there and stay alive.
Right.
So this area is growing, as well as the fact of the damage that's being done to the phytoplankton by not being able to do the photosynthesis as effectively. And so we have got a really bad problem, because when all the life forms of the sea go, the land is totally dependent and totally dependent on the
It's
sea.
interrelated.
So we've got to do something, and our mission of sitting here in this room today is to start working out what could that be, project be. So we've outlined the problem, we've outlined what we see as being potentially one of the underlying factors. This is not to say that everybody who ever goes for government is a baddie. I think on the whole that they tend to be forced to go along with the main people in each country. And there are certain countries which have managed to get free from the control. I think Costa Rica is
Yes.
Cuba.
Yes.
So there are certain countries where their governments have managed to somehow wriggle free of this control by the big baddie families that are controlling the world. But we've got to do something, and the only way that we can actually break free, in our opinion, is to stop using money. I don't want to go along with their plan of just limiting the number of people by just creating these circumstances that they are doing. They basically, I believe that the sensible way to do it is to come across work out how to feed our people more appropriately on food that is not, of course, it won't be able to be the huge quantity of meat that we're eating today, and take our people through this extremely dangerous time that we've got ahead of us, and use every single person working together to restore our ecosystems to the point where they can actually once again take up the job that they've done for hundreds of thousands of years of maintaining life, and reduce our numbers in a considered way, in a measured way. Everybody that you ever speak to says, why does nobody ever do anything about population growth? And our leaders are not going to do it because they, on the whole, will not get voted in.
It's not popular politically.
Yeah. But in the end, if we now, as a people of the world, say, we're going to change what we eat, we basically have eaten our children's future. And if we don't do something right now, we're not going to make it. We've got to get that methane out of circulation again. We've got to cool the planet. You will find out that all the things that we have been put forward to by the people we've interviewed, the experts from all over the world, of what things can be done to cool the planet. We're going to ask you all to participate in it.
My name is Howard Geeta, and we produce an organic mineral powder. The powder contains all the necessary minerals and trace elements that are necessary for healthy soil, human and animal. There are over 50 elements that are known to science with beneficial properties. Unfortunately, our soils today lack most of these minerals and trace elements. They've been lost through soil erosion and also harvesting. To a large extent, the farmers have replaced these minerals and trace elements with chemicals. So the food basically we're eating are lacking these minerals and trace elements, resulting in quite a few health issues. It's locally available. It comes from a certain rock that is processed organically. It's mechanically crushed until it becomes a very, very fine powder. The majority of the powder is less than 5 microns, which means that the surface area is huge so it can support a very big colony of microorganisms. The smaller the particle, the bigger the microorganism colony that it can support. The rock dust itself doesn't do anything. It's the microorganisms that scarify these particles and release the minerals and trace elements that make it plant available. One must realize that although there are over 50 minerals and trace elements, some of them are in percentages and some of them in parts per million. So they do get used up quite quickly and should be replaced on a regular basis. Unfortunately, this is not happening in the majority of cases. So chemicals are substituted for growth of our fruit and vegetables, which means that the fruit and vegetables that we eat lack the necessary minerals and trace elements, getting back to health issues. It would be spread on the land round about between half a ton and a ton a hectare. It's not water soluble, so it doesn't leach out like chemical fertilizers, and an application normally lasts between a year and 18 months. The advantage of this is that one can stop using most of those chemicals. The plants will pick up these minerals and trace elements, and us as humans will then benefit by ingesting minerals and trace elements that were previously lacking in our diet. Yes, we have taken these powders a few steps further in a few other processes where we have made it food grade, in other words, completely safe for humans to eat or to ingest. We put it into capsules and have been trialing this for the past 3 or 4 years of various people and have had fantastic results. We've got people who used to suffer from gout, who are no longer on gout medication, arthritis. We've got 2 people that I know very well that has cured their arthritis. The one couldn't tie up shoelaces, so had to wear slip-ons, and is now back on shoes with laces. And the other old lady had to tie her bra in the front because she couldn't reach behind. Today she's back to her old habits, quite happy doing her bra from behind. What happens when you ingest these minerals and trace elements? It allows the digestive system to extract more nutrients out of what you are eating. So in other words, you are excreting less nutrients and ingesting, and the body is using more of what you were previously excreting. One of the amazing things that we've seen is with people, let's say HIV, that have been taking ARVs that is basically a poison. They are listless, they've lost weight, they've got no energy. After a while of taking the minerals and trace elements, they've picked up weight because they are extracting more nutrients out of what they're eating. They've got their energy and their strength back, their less zest for life, and no side effects. Even if you overdose, obviously this is what I tried in the beginning to see if there were going to be any side effects, and there are none whatsoever. So we do have it in capsule form for in other words, you're not going to be able to get all of these through what you eat. So the shortcut is obviously the capsules. Oh yes, very much so. We have one instance with a farmer in the Free State. He's a large stock farmer, cattle. His cattle during the winter normally lost weight because the feed is very scarce and of poor quality. So he added some of this. I think he said he was putting 1% or between 1 and 2% with his feed. And during winter, the cattle maintained and gained weight. The mortality rate at birth dropped completely. His birth weights went up. The pregnancy rates went from 60-odd% to nearly 90%, and the cattle at the abattoir averaged about 20 kilograms an animal more, which for him was fantastic because he was getting extra weight at the abattoir, and he was getting numerous animals that he would have had to put down after birth were now going full weight to abattoir. And this would work for basically for any animal. In the dairy, we've found that because of the extra nutrients the animals are taking in, I mean, without nutrients, a cow's not going to produce milk. With the extra nutrients, on this trial of 1,000 dairy cows, they were producing 800 milliliters of milk extra per day and eating less fodder. So that was a huge bonus for that farmer. It's freely available. People can contact me. We have a plant in Port Elizabeth and we have a plant in Bloemfontein. So Bloemfontein is central to the northern parts, and Port Elizabeth would be for the southern West and Western Cape and Eastern Cape. Well, you've got, because every time you harvest, whatever is left as far as minerals and trace elements, you're removing that, so the soil is becoming more barren, which some farmers will have to choose to use chemicals to replace. The chemicals will obviously give you the growth and the fruits, but these will lack minerals and trace elements. Farmers are business people and they need weight off their farms, but us as humans, we're eating potatoes and tomatoes. It looks like potatoes and tomatoes, but from a nutritional point of view, there's very little value. The other farmers, the organic farmers, it's very difficult to get organic produce, but they still have a problem because they, instead of using chemicals, will make their own composts and from chicken litter, cow dung and horse manure. But we must remember that chicken litter is very high in sodium. You don't want a lot of sodium in your soils. Chicken litter only has 5 or 6 minerals and trace elements, where rock dust has over 70. The cow dung and the horse manure, you must also remember, has already passed through a digestive system which has removed minerals and trace elements. So the end result is the organic farmer is using poor quality material to try and farm without chemicals. Now he can obviously mix the rock dust in with his compost, and that will be a tremendous boost to his production. The rock dust, being very fine, is hosting a huge colony of microorganisms which expand at an incredible rate. I read recently that one microorganism under ideal conditions will reproduce to about 8 million in 8 hours. Now, if you've got 8 million reproducing every 8 hours, there's going to be a massive population forming almost like a sponge in the soil. So that is what holds the water. And a very simple experiment anybody can do is, let's say, with tomato seedlings, take 10 with and 10 without rock dust, give them equal amounts of water, and once they've reached, say, 30 centimeters in height, stop watering them, and you'll see the ones without the rock dust will wilt and virtually be dead while the others are still thriving. Open them up, and the ones with the rock dust, that soil is still damp while the others bone dry. Look, microorganisms need organic matter, they need a bit of damp, and they look at the rock dust as their steak, eggs and chips. They love it, they eat it, and with the organic matter and the rock dust, the microorganisms are producing nitrogen, which the chemical farmers are spending a huge amount of money, where it can in any event be done for very little. When you produce nitrogen chemically, most of it goes to atmosphere and is a waste, where nature can do it for nothing, for free. There are over 50 elements in the rock dust that science recognizes as beneficial. There are more than the 50, but for scientists to experiment with the rest of them is very time consuming and costly. But if you have a look at the list of minerals and trace elements, it's quite easy to look up on the internet, and you will see that exactly where they are beneficial and what they do. The elements are important for the soil, they are important for the animals, and they're also important for the humans. All I know, not being a scientist, is that numerous people with various ailments have reported great improvements with their problems. As I said earlier on, specifically things like gout and arthritis. If the body is getting nutrients that were lacking previously, your immune system is far stronger, and with a healthy immune system you're going to have a healthier body, and some of the lesser worrisome problems that we have basically disappear. But I can assure you that even on overdose levels on application to the soil, the only thing that's going to happen is, instead of doing an application in 18 months, you might only have to do an application in several years' time. It will not burn. People look at this solution, and to them it is too simple. A solution to their problem cannot be this simple. It has to be complicated. And they look at it as maybe another snake oil salesman. But the fact is, if you Google rock dust, you will see throughout the world it being used with incredible results. It's basically taking the soil back to the way nature had it before we started messing with the soil, removing the minerals and trace elements, adding chemicals, which, as you well know, has many side effects. We put chemicals up here, and in that stream over there all the tadpoles and the frogs die, and part of the ecosystem disappears, and the next thing we're full of mosquitoes. But as I say, when I've had many people look at it and say, well, it can't be true. And this especially with academics who, when they did all their studying, it wasn't in any of the books that they studied from, so therefore it won't work. On the other hand, you get people like, let's say, a pharmacist who knows about minerals and trace elements, and he has a look at this list and he thinks this is the best thing since sliced bread. I have my own pharmacist taking the stuff for years, and I get nagged every now and then. He's running short. What benefit it's given him, I've never really asked, but he wants it because he believes in it. I tried it on my wife. There was nothing wrong with her, but within a couple of weeks, found that for the first time in her life she was growing fingernails. They'd always been soft and break. She had to keep them short. Now if you look them, you'd think they're false nails. They are nice, long, strong, healthy nails. She can garden with them. They don't break. She's forever filing them shorter, where before she could never grow fingernails. And you know, the gout side, I mean, I've been a gout sufferer for donkey's years. I haven't had gout medication in the last 4 years. I take a capsule or two, 3 or 4 times a week, and I haven't had a twinge of gout. The most amazing result was with a little girl with geographic tongue. I'd never heard of it before. It's a condition of the tongue that anything like pineapple, and it's supposed to be incurable. She was on the rock dust for a week or two, and she could eat normally. After 2 weeks, her mother thought she'd now been cured, said, okay, fine, you don't need to take it anymore. The geographic tongue came back. She's back on the rock dust. You know, I'm not claiming that it cures anything, but it certainly improves the quality of life. We had a friend of mine's, let's say, garden boy, had AIDS and he was on ARVs. He was listless. He couldn't pick up a 25-kilo bag of compost. He was so weak. A week or two on it, and he was back up and bouncing around and carrying 25 bags up and down. He'd regained his strength, and I believe that the minerals and trace elements and the fact that his digestive system was now extracting more nutrients out of what he was eating, it gave him the strength back, and he himself couldn't believe it. You know, where before he was on the point of being fired because he couldn't do the work. He was now champion once again. And the list we have of success stories is fairly long, and there's probably dozens of others that would benefit that we don't know about because we haven't tried it on people with certain ailments. And it's certainly not going to do any harm. It can only do you good. People should try it. It's not going to kill them. It can only do them some good.
You've been busy with this for long, the climate change things. Do you think we're going to win?
I'm much more optimistic now than I was, say, 5 years ago. I mean, there was a period after Copenhagen when I actually needed to take a break from this whole process because I felt it's not going anywhere. But what we've seen in the last 5 years is an enormous breakthrough of renewable energy. The prices of solar panels have come down 80% in just 5 years. They're not just luxury for industrialized countries anymore. They are really, you know, increasingly the cheapest way to produce new electricity, which also means that it can also solve not only the climate problem, but also the energy access problem. So once you start finding these kind of co-benefits, when you don't have to make the choice between environment and development, for example, then you start to win. So the breakthrough of renewables is certainly one thing. The other thing is that the multiple problems of fossil fuel use have become more apparent in just 5 years. I mean, just taking the air pollution problem, which has become apocalyptic in China, means that they are now taking drastic measures to reduce their coal use, not primarily because of climate change, but primarily because of their national interest. People can't breathe anymore. People can't, live happy lives and raise their children in cities. So that's another reason for optimism. I mean, the problems have become so bad, and climate change is not the only driver, that people actually increasingly want clean energy and believe that that's what we deserve. And perhaps, thirdly, that, since emissions in countries like China, for example, have grown so fast, it means that they've also recognized their responsibility in a different way. I mean, their emissions per capita are already higher than those of Europe, and of course South Africa's emissions per capita are also pretty high because of the coal emissions. And it does, you can already see changes in these countries' positions. They do recognize that they increasingly need to take responsibility because it's in their own interest, it serves their own, people, national security and so on, to prevent climate disasters and to move to clean energy. So for these three reasons, I am more optimistic than ever before.
Do you think that it seems to me, if you have a look at all the various meetings I've been through, that the governments don't seem to be working for the people at all or for the good. They seem to be in the control of those people who are trying to make money. And I've just come from the one about the pulling down of the forests in Bolivia, and they're ignoring their own constitutions most of the time. Do you not believe that those people will still manage somehow to prevail? Because, I mean, this is a serious blow for fossil fuel people who are controlling the world right now, if we stop using carbon.
Right, and that's the situation where we've been locked in for a long time. Governments have been more busy protecting the interest of their fossil fuel industries rather than protecting the interest of their own citizens. But that too is now changing because of the solar revolution, because renewable energy, in particular solar and wind, are becoming so cheap and are so fast, relatively fast to build and run, that people can have their own power production. They can have their energy independence. They don't have to wait for the government to solve things. They can form communities and start solving their energy problems and climate crisis on their own. Which, of course, in forerunner countries where these kind of models are really big already, like in Denmark and Germany, yes, they started initially. They started from people wanting change, people demanding clean energy, and then governments feeling they need to give the means for them to do that, like policies that will enable that. And when people got going, we've ended up in a situation where, for example, in Denmark, 75% of the wind turbines are owned by citizens, by households, and so on. Wow. While in Germany also, it's like about half the renewable power is owned by people themselves. Mm-hmm. And it means that what just is happening in Germany, that they started to challenge the old utilities much faster than they thought. So E.ON, for example, had to now, after maybe a couple of really bad years, because renewables are eating the profits of their fossil fuel-based production, that they had to admit that, now we're changing our strategy. We are also moving to renewables and efficiency and grids. So this is really people power forcing change. And I do think that thanks to the declining prices in renewables, we're going to see much around the world.
Nuclear is the other big bad one. Nuclear, in my opinion, is a disaster because it's not even a net producer of energy. But do you have, is there any movement against, you come from which country?
I come from Finland.
Finland, oh wow. Do you use nuclear there?
Yeah, it's a very topical discussion. We have, our parliament is going to decide on a new nuclear plan basically this week, which is completely ridiculous because we currently already have one really badly failed nuclear project, which has doubled or tripled its original price estimation. It's taken at least 3 times the amount of time it was to take to build it, and it has been a complete economic disaster. And yet there is a group of investors who want to build another one together with our neighbor Russia and their state company Rosatom at a time when we've been doing energy deals with Russia because of the Ukraine situation. So it's a completely bizarre situation in my country where the rest of the world is pretty much moving to the other direction. I mean, if you look at the IPCC science, for example, they say that, well, nuclear is mature technology, it could play a role, but in practice it's in decline. You know, people don't want it, it faces many barriers and risks, so they don't really put a lot of hope in the scenarios of the International Energy Agency. Their predictions for nuclear are declining each time. And now, for example, this year they said that, well, again, you know, nuclear could play a role. But there are challenges like countries, well, the bad economics are already, you know, stopping it from being built because renewables, for example, are simply so much more attractive. And secondly, there are costs that governments probably and companies haven't included yet fully in their cost estimations, which is things like the true cost of once their lifetimes are over. We don't really yet have so much experience of that, so the true costs are still a bit of a question mark. So this is going to add another economic barrier to the development of nuclear. So I think that nuclear is on its way out anyway. I mean, even in a country like China, which has started and wanted to have an ambitious nuclear program, they are already producing much more electricity with wind than nuclear. So that tells you about the race we are having and who's winning it.
In China, they were building so many coal-fired power stations every week. Is that still happening?
That's where quite a big change is already happening which started just like a year ago. Because in 2010 they were still adding in 1 year, you know, as much new coal-fired power plants than the whole of Germany has. So they were increasing the whole of the first decade of the century in a massive speed. But now it meant that their air pollution problem accumulated in a very short period of time, and they've also started to see that, well, the whole coal mining and coal burning industry has a very big water footprint. So in areas where you're already suffering from water shortage, opening new coal mines or building new coal plants is not a smart thing to do. So these problems have started to accumulate in such a short time that they've had to introduce quite strong restrictions to the new build of coal in key economic regions, as well as, you know, for the first time setting caps for coal consumption and even, you know, requirements for declining use of coal in key regions. So we're not yet seeing the full implications of this in, for example, emission scenarios, but what we are seeing is that it looks like while the coal consumption has been growing like 5 to 10% a year in the first decade of the century, now for the first time this year it looks like they're declining perhaps by 1 to 2%.
If you were to be able to, if everybody said to you, Kaiser,
yeah.
Kaiser, we know you're the only one who knows how to save us. What should we do? What would you say? If you had no holds barred and you could say, I'm Queen Kaiser of the whole world, and if you do what I'm saying, I'll lead you out of this mess. What would you tell them?
Well, we should absolutely, I mean, when in hole, stop digging, which means that we really don't need to look for any more new oil. We've found too much of it, most of it anyway. We should stop building any new coal-fired power plants. That's our biggest problem at the moment, coal, and that's where we really need to start the fossil fuel phase-out. And we must speed up the clean energy transition that has already started. You know, energy efficiency and renewables are really the winning combo that are bringing us so much benefits and are actually something you and I can start doing right away. We don't have to wait for the government to do this or that. We can improve energy efficiency in our own, homes, in our own appliances, in you know the transport modes we are choosing. And if we are lucky, we also have the chance to select an electricity provider that provides only 100% renewable energy, or perhaps if I don't have an own house, but we even have in Finland increasingly people who want to have solar panels on the top of their apartment buildings, not only in single-family houses, but it's really like let's get a thing, let's do it together as the people living in this building, get our own energy. So that is really, I think, those are.
So you got enough sunlight even in Finland?
Even in Finland, that's really tells about the revolution. That simply like 3 years ago, solar in Finland was not an issue, or wind energy. People thought, yeah, that's something you might do one day in Finland. And now, because prices have come down so fast, people have realized that actually, even in Finland, like the annual average we are getting solar potential in Finland equals to about the central Germany. So there's a point for us, for households, to be using that as well as part of their energy mix. And altogether, the areas now by the official research institutes in Finland suggest that we could meet up to 45% of all our electricity with only solar and wind by 2050. So things are changing really fast. The kind of understanding of
there are new panels coming out which don't need sun; they just take energy from anywhere.
There are quite incredible innovations emerging from that sector all the time. When people get going and they get the chance to innovate, and they get a system where they can, for example, have a priority access to the grid, then you start changing things, then you start challenging the old system, and then the change will be the change won't be linear. Once it starts to take speed, it can be, like you said, it can be much faster than we anticipate.
What does Greenpeace do about bringing forward this energy revolution?
Well, we are campaigning in key countries for both phasing out the dirty energy as well as bringing in that enable the renewables to be scaled up. And we are encouraging people to become part of the movement, to really demand those policies and change from their government, because the best examples we have in the world are from countries where people stood up and wanted a change. Ironically, it started from like in Copenhagen, in Denmark and Germany. It started from the movement, which is a bit like those who believe nuclear is part of the package. They're like, why are you opposing nuclear when climate change is our biggest problem? But of course, at that time when these movements started, climate change wasn't even that big yet. But they wanted to get rid of something bad, which created the demand for the better solutions. So that's why we also do feel that it's not enough to know the good things. You also actually need to challenge the old system, which is why we, for example, here are really calling for the fossil fuel phase-out goal. 2050 might sound like very far away, but it's actually, in this process, it's hugely radical. It would in practice mean that there's no space for any new coal-fired power plants, that we need to stop digging for and looking for new oil because we've only found too much. Countries have never so far accepted. So getting to zero by 2050 would require starting zero now. Yeah, that's why it is actually quite radical.
So I was wanting to know, does Greenpeace do anything about utilizing this as a source of reduction of methane, which is within months have risen 5 times faster than?
We actually need to do both. Methane indeed is something where you can get faster results. But carbon dioxide is one where you need to act even faster because the implications are so long. So once the pollution is in the atmosphere, it stays there practically forever. Can't choose one or the other, we have to do the both. And when it comes to methane, it's for example, new agricultural practices, and indeed increasing the vegetarian diets around the world. We do have a food campaign, Food for Life, and we're also doing climate resilient agriculture in Africa, or I think we're starting that focus there right now. Because for continents and areas like Africa, for example, agriculture is really at the heart of this whole thing. It's climate change means both that it gets harder to produce food, and it also means that if you continue, or if you go to industrial practices, you're also increasing emissions, so you're contributing to the problem. Whereas if you move to climate resilient practices, then you're both reducing emissions and increasing your resilience towards the impact that we can no longer avoid. So yeah, I mean, tackling methane is one part of that, and certainly
is that the layman generally refers to animals, meaning the big and hairy, or at least the vertebrates. And in the great scheme of things, they actually constitute only 5% of the total biodiversity, of the total taxonomic diversity that we know at the moment. There are 47,000 species of vertebrates in total worldwide, and there are, for instance, just of insects, we know currently 350,000 species. So that tells you the sheer difference between, you know, the world of invertebrates. There are over 1 million invertebrates in total. So versus 47,000 vertebrates.
People don't even understand what an invertebrate is.
Oh, gee, hopefully they do.
We call them insects.
No, invertebrates constitute comprise 33 phyla, okay, in total. Of phyla are the large grouping in the animal kingdom, and of these 33 phyla, the vertebrates constitute only one subphylum of the Chordata, the phylum Chordata. So 32.60 phyla are actually 0.6 phyla are actually invertebrates out of 33. Invertebrates is only 1/3 of one phylum. Yeah, so well, we estimate that we could be anything in number of organisms. The estimates that you see is that we could have anything between 10 and even 100 million species. We have to consider that we are describing about 10,000 on land, between land and shallow waters, including the coastal ocean, but we have hardly explored the abyssal part of the ocean, where we expect obviously to find lots of new species. So, yeah, at the moment we got 1.8 million described in total, between animals, plants, fungi, and all bacteria and everybody. Insecticides, you know, then you obviously run the risk of having so-called unintended consequences of killing insects that were not your target. If that happens and you drive into extinction some species that that are clearly playing some role in an ecosystem, you may have cascading effects with other species, because that species most probably was either providing food to another species or was, for instance, controlling another pest potentially. So that's the problem, you know. Before you target a species, you need to know exactly what the predator is and what the prey is of that species. So what it consumes and what consumes it, so that you don't create unnecessary, negative cascading effect on the entire ecosystem. Because you could, by eliminating one species, you could actually affect more than one in the entire food web.
Okay, that was great.
Yeah. We are only concerned about one species, and that's us, Homo sapiens. We pretend that we care about the rest, but the vast majority of the 7 billion people are all too concerned about feeding themselves, getting a good standard of living, and make more of them. Get into 9 billion, 10 billion, 11 billion. My goodness.
We can actually fly in, go and then fly back.
Yeah, you're right.
Mountain range will have its own species, or one single forest will have its own species. For instance, in Alexandria Forest, there is an endemic genus and species. You're nearly there, Roger. There we go. Okay. Ready to go.
You ready, Michael? It's coming open.
Okay.
Woo, come, Italian, Italian.
Look at them. There's the grab. There on the side. Cocoon, cocoon.
Yeah.
Cocoon. There you are. They only cocoon already. There it is. Do you want to see the cocoons here?
Nice.
Shall we open the cocoon?
On your hand. Check, they're made up of the pellets, you
Look,
see?
you see, they surround the cocoon with pellets.
Made of the pellets.
To camouflage them better.
Okay, open it up. Thank you.
There is the animal. He's ready. There he is.
Like an Easter egg.
Where?
Easter egg.
Yeah.
You see him? There you go, he's ready.
I'm taking him out like an Easter egg.
There you go.
Oh, happy born.
Is he alive?
Happy birthday.
Of course he's alive.
It's a girl.
It's a girl.
Yay!
About that being whipped out so quickly.
No problem. He's fully grown, fully
Put him
developed.
on me.
He's hard and fully developed, no stress.
So we didn't pull them out too early, so they'll be fine.
No, they will be okay.
Wow.
They will be ready to fly tomorrow. Because they need to spend the night underground anyway.
Okay, it's warm.
Away from predators. They'll climb out tomorrow from the side and they will fly. Doesn't need to eat anymore. It seems like he's pupating. So once they pupate, they don't need to feed anymore.
How do you know? He looks like a worm still to me.
Yeah, but he's formed a chamber, a pupation chamber.
Okay. He says been there 7 years.
Yeah, that's what we estimated because we found the first larvae 7 years ago and they were tiny. And now, from last year, we've been seeing larvae that were quite large. And now you see they hatching. This one has to be the same age of that. Beetle that you see in the flowers.
Okay, so it comes out to poop.
Well, he feeds inside under the termite hill, and he sheds the pellets out from one side of the termite hill. 5 years here we got a new genus, a new species of longhorn, the Australoderes. Afraustraloderes rosei has got a big name. Okay, and then we searched all over around in the vicinities in this mountain range with Roger, and we haven't got it anywhere else. But here there is a very strong established colony. We must have retrieved by now over 50 probably of these larvae in the past 3-4 years. Then we got this little stag, which was known only from one locality, and only the male was known. So the female is still in description, by the way, from specimens that we collected here. So there you have it, again, another unique finding. And then we do have that Parandra meridiandra now, capensis, is also one of those that you'll see very, very scarcely in your life. It doesn't occur. We have never found it before. We discovered it here, and then we've been looking around elsewhere. We know that in the literature there are other records, but we certainly not been able to find it again. And here it's very abundant actually. So that's number 3. Then what else have we got here? No, that's pretty much it, eh? Yeah.
Why do you think it's abundant here? What is it like here?
It could be a situation of special moisture. I know that this place, whenever you come here and you are in Gibertina, it's sunny, you come here and there is always this rolling over clouds from the sea. And I suspect this is a lot more wet, lot wetter than certainly down there. And then I don't know, by comparison, for instance, with Loterwater today, where we are based. We searched everywhere there. We went 1 year with Roger at the right time in December. We even put the light out at night. We went with a pick. We went with all sort of equipment, and we couldn't find any sign of life there. Not even the holes in the wood. Not even the signs that there were larvae there eating the wood. So there is obviously something a bit special with
what
this.
How would you describe this site?
It's a typical, I would say, lower slope fynbos field with the high diversity and Leucadendron species. But as I say, I don't really know what the difference is between these and other sites that we've seen today, for instance. Because of all these events, if you find something here, free items that are, free species that are regarded as extremely, poorly recorded or new, and you don't see them elsewhere in the vicinities, then you got no option but to declare the place special.
We have a set of key demands that you can find on our website, womengenderclimate.org. And we have a series of colleagues here who are going to elaborate on just some of the key points that we have. It's not only at how we can ensure women's rights and gender equality are included in the decisions taken here, but really how the framing of these decisions, what they're promoting and what they're not, how they are going to achieve climate justice, and how we feel they are not. So we're going to share with you here our expectations of this process and of governments. And I wanted to start with my colleague Gertrude. She can introduce herself, but to really talk about one of the issues that it's really critical to us as a constituency, and that is on the agenda here in relation to agriculture.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Gertrude Kenyanji. I'm from Uganda. I work with an organization, Support for Women in Agriculture and Environment. I'm here as a member of I'm talking on behalf of the Women and Gender constituency. I'd like to introduce this subject by saying that agriculture is a very important agenda item to the constituency, because 43% of women in the least developed countries are involved in agriculture as a means of livelihood. But it also provides food security worldwide and economic activities for many, many people. Thank you.
Yes, and Simona, I was hoping that you could elaborate a bit more in terms of, given the context of women in their relationship to agriculture, what we want to see in this process and what are some of the challenging things that we see being pushed forward.
Yes, thank you very much. So, my name is Simona Lovera. I'm Executive Director of the Global Forest Coalition, which is a worldwide coalition of indigenous peoples organizations and non-governmental organizations working in 53 different countries. I also represent Strawberry Venture Paraguay. So yeah, agriculture is, of course, of essence, and it's very much a challenge to make sure, agriculture is building up its resilience in climate change, and we all know that agriculture, but more than anything, livestock, like soy and beef production, plays a major role in emissions, climate emissions. So we do want action. However, what we do see is that due to the increasing corporate control over this whole process, but particularly also climate finance, so for example, proposals like blended finance, public-private partnerships like the Climate Smart Agriculture Partnership, and other forms of close collaboration with industry, the whole agenda is more and more shifted towards the commercial interests of these corporations and not towards the interest of the women and men that really need support for their conservation initiatives on the ground. One example, for example, is a new project by the Global Environment Facility, one of the two financial mechanisms on climate change, to promote what you call zero deforestation commodity change. Now, those commodities include soy and beef. Paraguay is a clear example where this is leading to massive impacts not only on forests, but also on women and men on the ground. We have tremendous problems, especially women in the countryside are very much suffering agrochemicals, for example, that are used for Roundup Ready soy. And with this project, those problems are not addressed. It just looks at the impact of deforestation, and even then, it just tried to shift around soy production rather than limiting it. And that is typical for these kinds of partnerships, because of course industry, I mean, we know there's a lot of goodwill amongst corporations. And definitely they do want to contribute to this problem, to mitigating these problems as well, but they cannot accept limits to their. So for example, the beef and soy industry just cannot accept limits to the growth. Yet what we see in Paraguay, it doesn't matter where you produce, it's just too much that's being produced. So we need limits to growth, we need to limit the demand for meat and dairy, especially in northern countries, because that is where all the soy and beef is going to. The additional problem is that they're now also proposing to finance agriculture through carbon markets. We know that Climate Smart Agriculture Partnership is trying to propose that agenda. However, if we look at the market mechanisms that are currently being discussed in Article 6, there are simply no accurate methodologies available to really monitor the carbon emissions by land use, whether it's agriculture or forest conservation. I mean, the most accurate methodologies there are extremely expensive. That means that smallholders will almost never benefit from this market. It's the big players that are benefiting. So this is a hugely inequitable system, and we are afraid that the proposals that are being made are actually to compromise the accuracy. That means that this will massively undermine the whole integrity of this climate agreement. The already weak agreement that we have, because the Paris Agreement is very weak, will be further undermined. In general, offsets is very bad. You know, an offset is very unreliable. We will have a big action tomorrow actually around this at 3 o'clock in the green tent in Zone E. Because, you know, we are at the green, in 4:30 in the green tent in Zone E. Because people have to realize that a tree, especially in times of climate change, is a very vulnerable, you know, sink of emissions. So proposals like large-scale carbon storage cannot be used as offsets. There's also no spare land for these offsets. I mean, all land is people's land. All land also needs to be restored if it is degraded. So this whole, you know, paradigm of, oh, we will have spare land that is degraded where we can use bioenergy plantations, it's just not true. This is the land that farmers in countries like Uganda depend on. So for example, bioenergy and carbon capture and storage proposals are highly problematic. They will lead to huge land grabbing and conflicts. And last but not least, one of the things we are most concerned on is this offset through also forest emissions from the aviation sector, from flights to places like Marrakesh. You know, it's bad enough that we are flying so much, but please don't make it worse by planting trees in advance, because these kinds of sectors will mainly plant very large-scale monoculture tree plantations that are very harmful for the people on the ground. And in general, it's a very unreliable source. There will be massive double counting because this sector is not even part of the Paris Agreement. So we're very much against this proposal of offsetting aviation emissions. And action tomorrow will be about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. And that really speaks to some of the most important framings in our demands coming into this COP, because this is supposed to be the COP of action, the COP where we look at what was agreed to in the Paris Agreement and start to come up with the rules and the plans to implement that decision. And there's a lot that isn't accounted for, that isn't assured in terms of access to resources, in terms of human rights, rights of indigenous peoples, women's rights. And so our framing and our demands are really about the ways in which we want to see governments starting to implement these policies and the things that we want them to not. So I want to move on to Carmen, because within that context, in similar ways, in terms of large-scale projects that are being developed in communities, both in the name of climate mitigation, but also in particular linked to water, we're seeing a nexus between water and women's human rights that I'd like you to elaborate on, Carmen.
Thank you, Bridget. Good morning, everybody. Well, my name is Carmen Capriles. I come from Bolivia. Bolivia is a mega diverse country, but right now we are the challenge of the implementation of really big projects in order to tackle many development problems, and also in the name of the right to develop. One of those projects is two mega dams that they want to build in the tropical area, which is El Bala and El Chepete. Unfortunately, these two dams are going to flood around 900 kilometers of tropical forest. In this tropical forest, we have like nine indigenous nations that are going to be affected. These communities are going to be displaced, and they are going to have to start new lives in cities or in the peri-urban belts of the cities, causing lots of poverty. I'm not here to talk on behalf of the women because they have their own voice, but unfortunately it's too low to hear, to make their voices hear at these international levels. But the problems related to that is that they are going to have to carry with the burden of not knowing what the future is going to be, of not knowing where their food is going to come, where they're going to have to look for shelter, and so on. And the other environmental impacts that these mega dams are going to have is that they're going to flood all this territory which is full of trees. This is going to cause emissions of methane, basically. And this is going to increase, obviously, the greenhouse gases and our carbon budget. It's not going to be enough for what is going to come. I really think we need to rethink about these mega projects, about these mega dams, and the impact that has not only environmentally but socially, and what communities, although they have the access to the interconnected system, they cannot afford a monthly fee. So despite the needs that there is for energy, we also need to think about how to engage these communities to more productive fields that can take into account their different livelihoods. So these communities can keep on living as they have been living for hundreds of years in harmony with nature, giving them the options to develop at their own pace, and not just only start bringing these mega projects that just bring income very fast, but they're going to have a great impact on this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carmen. And I'd like to move to our colleague Kalyani from the All India Women's Conference, because we know that in addition to the implementation of these actions to combat climate change, that climate change is impacting women and men around the world already. So I'd like you to share a bit the adaptation, the impacts that you're seeing, the adaptation efforts that are being made, and what we're demanding really from parties here, not just in relation to adaptation, but also the very real loss and damage that people are experiencing.
Thank you, Bridget. I'm Kalyani Raj from All India Women's Conference, India. There are a number of communities in India whose livelihood and survival depends on seasons, particularly women. A lot of communities, community women, their lives are all built around their knowledge of, traditional knowledge of season, and the climate change and the variations in season has severely affected their lives. Some glaring examples are in the state of Rajasthan, which is supposed to be a desert land and less or no rains. The city of Jaipur has been facing sort of a flood sort of situation for the past few years. The place called Cherrapunji, you must have heard about, it's the wettest place in the planet, is now having almost 1/3 less rain than what it used to have in 1970s, and there's absolute dearth of potable drinking water, which is directly affecting again the women's life because they are responsible for getting water and survival needs for their family. All of you must have heard about the farmers' suicide cases in Maharashtra, and this is happening again because of the climate change variation and unseasonal rains, and they are losing out their crops, and that's why the high rate of suicide and migration. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that all this climate change variation are impacting women very badly. Climate change is already here. It's been impacting us, I think, almost for a decade. And now we need to really come up with very urgent, just, transformative, gender-responsive adaptation policies and implementation plans. I'm glad that gender has been mentioned in the Paris Agreement under adaptation, and 27 countries have included gender in their local adaptation plan. But I really call upon all the parties to actually take it to the national, regional and sub-regional level, local level, and make that the local policies are also climate responsive, gender responsive, and the implementation plans as well. Because, and that also requires women's full and equal participation in the climate policy making, because they are the most affected. So they must design the responses as well. And most important, this work needs financing, funding, and much greater attention to compensating and addressing the loss and damage faced by women who have done nothing to cause these calamities. So financial mechanism for both adaptation and loss and damage should be scaled up and focus on both specific needs of women, like women's sexual health and reproductive health, preventive health care, and emotional losses, which is normally never taken into account, of the most affected communities, and also there should be focus on long-term rebuilding of livelihood for the.
Thank you, Kalyani. And all of these interventions, again, really speak to our demands in terms of implementation, about how this process needs to set in place rules to build and ensure consultation and to build up consent amongst communities, all people within communities, to ensure their rights are being taken into account and to ensure that we're really framing the type of energy systems we'd like to see. And how this implementation of our goal to keep warming under 1.5 degrees happens in a way that is, and really building up resilience of people and communities. And I think to speak a little bit more broadly then to what this means and what our demands are for this process more broadly, thinking about how we transition, what that just transition looks like for women and men, and what that means in terms of our financial structures as well. So I'd invite Kate to speak to that.
Thank you. What we can clearly see from our speakers and also from the communities that we all work with is that the commitment made last year by states to keep global warming below 1.5 to 2 degrees requires far more than the limited actions we've seen in the 12 months since Paris. In fact, in that time since Paris, we've actually seen exactly what states committed to challenge, which is the business as usual model. We've seen continued attention to global economic growth at the expense of the environment, but also at the expense of women's rights. We've been seeing continued commitment through trade agreements to undermine the capacity of states to actually take action that's required. But what we also know is that if we actually did commit to what's in the Paris Agreement to create a just transition and gender equality, we would have to fundamentally challenge the economic systems that we are dependent on. And we think that's an opportunity, actually. Climate change is disastrous, no doubt about it. It's the largest threat to human rights and women's human rights, but it is also an opportunity to rethink what is a deeply exploitative economic and political system for both the environment and for women. So our demands, you'll see, go far beyond the inclusion of women or the small-scale responses that we are from member states to look at sort of what they call gender responsive processes. So when we were thinking about the kind of just and equitable transition for gender equality, it's not simply moving men out of polluting industries into so-called green industries. We're calling for a transition that actually questions the underlying economic principles. That could include things like looking at how we are dependent on the exploitation of paid and unpaid labour. We would really be needing to think about the fact that paid employment needs to be redistributed, but also an investment in the public. And this is why we're so concerned about the role of the private sector, the presence of polluting corporations here in Marrakesh, and the way that they will potentially undermine the just transition we need. If we were to have a just transition, we would have to look at public investment. Public investment in, of course, renewable energies, but also public investment in health and in education, in industries where women are likely to be employed, but also are dependent on public investment to advance women's human rights. And that, of course, requires financing. So if we are going to create a world where climate change doesn't devastate humanity, we need public investment and not a dependency on the private sector. We know that we have huge amounts of economic resources tied up in unproductive industries and including industries. We have more than $30 trillion hidden in tax havens, and we are spending $1.6 trillion a year on military expenditure. This requires a complete redirection of both the economy and public spending, and of the way that states approach the private sector. So today we are going to be holding an action, I think probably the first action here at Marrakesh, which is focused particularly on shifting funds away from military expenditure. We know that militarism is both a driver and a climate change, and so we're going to be calling on the redirection of those funds, as well as a focus on peace as one of both a climate just response and a gender just response.
Thank you very much, Kate. So with that, we would like to open up to see if there are any questions for further elaboration.
My question is the state of Bolivia doing anything to prepare these people for these 2 mega dams being built? And what are they doing in order to transition the jobs and the people's homes and all of their needs?
Last May in Rwanda, on the anniversary of the genocide, there was a conference of the World Economic Forum on Africa. And in one panel, they tried to integrate the protection of the rights of women with the rights of the children. And yesterday in the opening, the outgoing chair lady, Mrs. Royal, emphasized that the number one victims of the orphans and the suffering children is so high, and 2/3 of them are in Africa. So I wonder if there are any initiatives where we're talking of protecting the rights of women, at the same time to speak about the protection of the children. I live in Zimbabwe, and I can see that the number one victims when there are conflicts, when there is poverty, are the children. How can we get funds at least to protect the children? And when we protect the children, we protect also the mothers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vasundhara Jolly and I'm part of the Tufts University delegation to COP22. Thank you so much for offering the different perspectives. I thought it was very interesting. You mentioned that there's a requirement for a shift in how we approach investment and finance for existing economic systems. And I was wondering if you could elaborate a little more on what that would look like, given that private sector involvement has been such a big part of this agreement, and how countries have been pushing businesses to adopt more sustainable practices. And if you're calling for a shift from that, like what would that look like?
Thank you. And our final question over here. Thank you so much.
We find ourselves in a position of some people who are on a train, the whole world basically, on a train that we know is going to go over the rails because we know that's where the rails are heading. And yet we seem to be sitting here trying to persuade our leaders to say, please will you tell us all to jump off it or stop the train. So in my mind, for us to carry on staying here when we know, as Kate said, last year everybody said we're going to move off this train, And instead, what actually happened was business as usual, feed some more coal into the fire. I think it's getting to be time now where we as women have got to do something about it. We've got to just say, maybe the option is to just set up another system. One of the big problems with climate change and the moves that we need to make in order to stop having climate change is that the infrastructure for the alternatives is very poorly developed. If we were to set up infrastructure as well as we could, we'd be able to then abandon this train ourselves and not wait for somebody. I mean, when the train's getting closer and closer, are you still going to stay here saying, should we get off this train, leaders?
Thank you. So we have 3 minutes. So Carmen, maybe just briefly to the specific question, and then others who'd like to add.
Very briefly, there is no plan. We don't know anything. The information has been kept aside from civil society, even from the population living there, to all the civil society in the country. So we don't know what the future is going to be. We only know that it's in the program of the government and that they're going to build it. So we are hoping for the best in order to the authorities to realize what the huge impact this is going to have and to stop this project before it's built. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the questions are actually related, and so far, yes, we definitely have to jump off this train of business as usual to protect the future of our children. I mean, and this is why we are fighting so hard, because we just see this whole Paris Agreement, you know, being funded by the biggest polluters in the planet, you know, will continue us on this business as usual path that will just not make sure that we reach the 1.5 degrees. That is the absolute minimum, because even that is too much. It's the absolute minimum we need to protect the future of our children. So yeah, how do we do it? To answer that concrete question, one big thing is to make sure governments are held accountable for providing the public funding. And there is funding, we know it. Actually at 1 o'clock there's a very important action organized about military spending, because we know there's so much money still going basically to war, which could go to peace and to climate justice. So please join us, that's in the restaurant area here at 1 o'clock. But it's one of the examples of, you know, the money is there. And actually forest conservation doesn't need money. What we need is that all that money that's currently going to agriculture communities and subsidies that are sponsoring forest deforestation and forest degradation are being removed, are being redirected to other sources. So that is the solutions now.
Speaking on this question of water leads us to one of the world's most prominent water experts. Speaking on this question of water leads us to one of the world's most prominent water experts, who is Professor Mohammed Aid-Qadi. Our next speaker is presently President of the General Council of Agricultural Development. This council is a high-level policy think tank of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries in Morocco. He was also Secretary General of the Ministry. Previously, as Director General of the Irrigation Department, he was in charge of the development and implementation of the National Irrigation Program. He was the chief agricultural negotiator of the Free Trade Agreement between Morocco and the United States.
I will briefly highlight some major features of the AAA initiative. I know that by now you know this initiative, but I will just focus, as we are in COP22, I will focus on its raison d'être. Morocco has built COP22 as the COP of action. scope of action, meaning that we need, and we stress, to translate progress achieved in Paris in concrete terms. We have built also this COP as a COP for Africa, providing a unique opportunity to showcase action for Africa and in Africa. Find that vulnerability and adaptation in Africa are issues of high priority. The Paris Agreement explicitly refers to safeguarding food security in its preamble and has opened the door, as it was said, for more adaptation in the agriculture sector. In my view, the willingness to address agriculture and food security finally is to be having some impact. By including adaptation and food security in the agreement, the international community fully acknowledges that urgent attention, and we sometimes lack the sense of urgency. Urgent attention is needed to preserve the well-being of those who are on the front line of climate change threats and impacts. All the intended nationally determined contributions INDC submitted by the majority of the African countries prioritize agriculture as a sector for adaptation action. This reflects, of course, the importance of agriculture for their economies and societies. Agriculture employs more than 65% of the labor force and accounts for more than 32% of the GDP. Projected climate change, and we had a presentation which eloquently present the vulnerability of Africa to climate change. They really pose serious threat to Africa's agriculture, which, as we've heard, will have to adapt to changing temperatures, precipitation patterns, and more frequent extreme weather events. If you take, for example, what happened with the 2015-2016 El Nino, probably the strongest on record. This event has led to the extreme drought affecting this year's crop in several countries across the continent. And you can see the unprecedented deficit of corn production in the SADC region. So while weather events such as El Nino are recurring, is their severity acting as a multiplier for food insecurity, reversing the gains achieved through the Millennium Development Goals process, and jeopardizing the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. Africa is already vulnerable to erratic weather patterns. And we heard this morning that it is the continent least able to meet the cost of adaptation to climate change and needs access to technologies and funds to exploit its massive agricultural development potential. We are strongly convinced that COP22 in Marrakesh is the right moment to create a coherent delivery system to drive forward the implementation of agricultural adaptation interventions in Africa. So the adaptation of African agriculture initiative originates from this conviction, designed to enable African agriculture to simultaneously improve productivity, reduce vulnerabilities, increase resilience, and manage natural resources more sustainably. It is closely aligned to realizing the ambitions agreed in COP21, of course, associated finance commitment. AAA is structured around two components. The first component is linked to the UNFCCC negotiations, and it aims to advocate in favor of increased funding to support innovative policies, country investment plans, and capacity development that reflect a strong and collective voice for Africa at COP22. And I can tell you that we tried hard during this week to make Africa's voice heard. The second component to the right is solution-oriented, based on 4 programs as, and then they insist on this, as prioritized in the majority of the NDCs submitted by African countries. The first program relates to the sustainable management of soil resources, with the triple objectives that were mentioned: improvement of soil fertility, increase in the carbon sequestration capacity of soil, very much in line with the recommendation of the 4000 French initiative, and 3, the conversion of annual and the itinerant cultivation into crop trees and agroforestry. The second program is designed to achieve farming risks and providing solutions to smooth farmers' income, promote agricultural investment, and make disaster relief more effective. And the fourth program aims to expand innovative agricultural finance in order to foster the adoption of best adaptation practices and enable investment in this area. Therefore, we believe that efforts to strengthen agricultural adaptation can be done quickly as they build on existing work and all the science capital that Africa enjoys. It will build also, and we are committed to this, on effective South-South cooperation. The AAA initiative echoes the commitments made under the Comprehensive African Agricultural Program, CAADP, as in the Maputo and Malabo Declaration, as well as the Dakar African Development Bank High-Level Conference in 2015, and as mentioned by Mrs. Semeto, the Abidjan FAO Declaration in 2016. All these commitments call for the transformation of African agriculture into globally competitive, inclusive, and business-oriented that creates wealth, generates gainful employment, and improves quality of life. It also seeks to bring to scale an existing and successful initiative across Africa. And again, Mrs. Semedo mentioned a number of initiatives in soils, in water, and you will hear many more. I would like to emphasize also that the AAA initiative will contribute to achieving sustainable development goals, as its potentials are geared to most of the SDGs. I can cite the SDGs related to poverty eradication, SDG 1, food security and nutrition, SDG 2, Healthy Lives, SDG 3, Water and Sanitation, SDG 6, Sustainable Consumption and Production, SDG 12, Climate Change, SDG 13, and Territorial Ecosystems, Forest Desertification, Land Degradation, and Biodiversity, SDG 15. We are gratified by the fact that the AAA already enjoys the support of a large number of African countries, international and regional organizations. You heard FAO, World Bank, IFAD, and many others, the private sector, and NGOs. It is also supported by a high-level international scientific committee drawing on expertise from the most renowned institutions, academic and research institutions worldwide. I would like to conclude this talk by asking this question. What if Africa's agriculture became resilient enough to accelerate agricultural growth? So the answer comes from a study from the World Bank. Given the massive potential, agricultural potential of Africa, Africa holds almost 60% of the world's cultivated land. Only a small fraction of its water resources are developed, and so on. So if Africa became resilient, Africa's farmers and agri-businesses, according to the World Bank, could create $1 trillion food market by 2030. And in my view, this is a credible ambition, since Africa, the agri-business space is already changing. Since 2004, global investment in the food and agri-business sector have grown threefold to more than 100 billion in 2030. So we call this initiative AAA, mainly to echo the fact that investment in African adaptation is a AAA rated investment. Thank you very much.